Alrighty, we should be back. Systems check, everybody. Had a little bit of a power surge on our end, which took everything offline. But we still have a little bit of qualifying left here for GT3. Right now, currently the fastest car on track is Lorenzo Castellani, who was the first car on track in qualifying before our systems went down with that power surge. Castellani letting some cars go by there, including one of the SR Technic cars. I believe that may have been the 357. It was 357 of Rui Felipe Pinheiro. So, two of the class leaders working with each other to get through some of this traffic. The Castellani leads over the negative Delta by Bueller's machine, Vladislav Shopov behind the wheel in that second position at the moment. So it's Ferrari, BMW, and then Porsche. Top of the GT3 Pro standings, it's Juan Manuel Frias Gomez behind the wheel of the Euromaster Esports machine. Third place for him. Alex Gall, once again behind the wheel of the 242, the Chicane Online Racing Blue team. Right now, running on track. A phenomenal job so far. 21 cars taking part in qualifying at the moment. Kind of extend the leaderboard so you can see where everyone's at the moment. It says Virtual Sanity Racing is still in the Pro class, so there should be 6 cars in the AM class there, with the 359 being driven by Nick Kirstens at the moment. I have to get that sorted. There we go. We'll move all that down right there. And that should be plenty ready for us here. Alrighty, so Chicane Online Racing Blue with Alex Gall back to pit lane. Lorenzo Castellani leads the way in GT3 Pro. Virtual Sanity Racing, who we were trying to find, Nick Kirstens in GT3 AM, leads the way ahead of SR Technic in the 357. 6 cars in AM, 15 cars in Pro. Nick Kirstens leads the way in GT3 AM. That team has been absolutely phenomenal so far this season. So we'll see if Nick Kirstens can hold on to pole position there. Likewise, it's going to be interesting to see if the battle for pole position tightens up here between the 201 of Lorenzo Castellani and negative Delta by Bueller's. Vladislav Shopov behind the wheel of that car, about a quarter a second off of the Ferrari leading the way. But still some time left. 5 minutes left in qualifying for GT3, and then the second half of the qualifying session will be dedicated towards the GTP cars we'll see on track here momentarily. Vladislav Shopov behind the wheel in second place still, just trying to crawl in some of that gap in. The Porsche is not far apart either, separated by 1/100th of a second, essentially 7 milliseconds. The gap between the 3rd and 4th place Porsches. Carbano Esports JD in 5th place, not far off as well. And then there's a massive gap between 5th place and the 6th place Mercedes team. It was Perky Drivers, but now it's the Merckxel Racing Team. They've had a name change since we last saw them in Hockenheim, from Peaky Drivers all the way to Merckxel Racing Team. Still the same I believe. No, even a different outfit there for Merckxer Racing Team. Completely different look for Cito Ferrer and company. Same drivers, but a completely different look for Merckxer Racing Team. Overtake Team 4, Devin Horvath, the Canadian driver, behind the wheel. Had a phenomenal debut last time out in Hockenheim. Looking to add on to it, and this time have a good race finish to go with it. Sitting 7th fastest right now in the 283 car. Really slow motion racing, just put a new time on the board. Mikko Skal behind the wheel, up to 6th place in that Ferrari. It's Ferrari, BMW, Porsche, Porsche, BMW, Ferrari, all in the top 6, and the only Mercedes for Merckxer Racing Team in 7th. Overtake Team 4, Ferrari in 8th, another Ferrari in 9th and 10th. Go Esports has their own Ferrari up there as well. Then another BMW with Grow Racing Team Red in 11th place, just outside the top 10. Again, this is a very difficult track. It'll be even more difficult once you throw all 3 classes on track together for the race. Mikko Skal trying to find a way to throw a little bit closer. Carbano Esports JD has closed the gap a little bit here towards the front of the field. But likewise, Zero Racing has done a phenomenal job opening up the gap almost into the 135s.
I don't know if anyone can hear me, but...
Gerard Zardini Jr. behind the wheel in the 5th position at the moment. Go Esports in 6th. Not far behind. Jean Marty in 6th position in that Ferrari. Yeah, people rooting for SR Technic and Grow Racing Team in AZR. While qualifying gets ready to come to a close here for GT3 Pro Am. So free to shout, tell us where you're watching from. Tell us who you're rooting for in this race tonight. We're going to work on making sure everyone's updated that we are back live after a technical issue earlier in this race. So, guys left Chopin behind the wheel and some drivers finishing up their runs here. Zero Racing with Lorenzo Castellani behind the wheel. Updating all of our fans around the world that we are back in live internationally. Here we go. GTP's getting ready to go here. Several GTPs chomping at the bit, waiting for their time to shine. It is almost showtime. Here in Magny-Cours for the second part of qualifying. Some drivers finishing their laps here momentarily, including the 211 of Carbano Esports JD, who did not improve on their lap. Carmen Motorsport did, though, so it was important for them to finish that lap. And now here we go. Project Dynamic Rain with Felix Greshel behind the wheel got off to a phenomenal start. So he will kick off qualifying for GTP. And this is where it's going to get very, very entertaining. I'll leave the top 3 from the qualifying classes in GT3 up on your screen. The rest of the cars will be GTP. Once they file through and begin setting lap times here, Project Dynamic Green, though, the leading car of 13 in the GTP class here at Magny-Cours, will get us underway here. Felix Greshel. Pressure is on. try to get things sorted out here. Magic Arrow looks pretty well set to take the fight down to Spa for the season finale for the championship. Gosh, we're just trying to kind of rebound and get some points here. And looking at GTP right now, the 55 car has the points lead. 82 points over 67. My Mass Devil's Red. Project Dynamic Green, 56 points. Looking for a lot more in these last two races, just trying to kick that can down the road. It's between Magic Arrow and Mass Devils at the moment. Mass Devils have the second and third place spots in the points at the moment entering this race. So it's been very imperative for them to get that taken care of and to get this race back. And GT3 Pro 07 Racing leads by only 10 points over Negative Delta by Buellers, and they will start alongside each other in this race on the front row in GT3 Pro. In GT3M, it looks pretty well set in stone. Virtual Sandy Racing with a commanding lead in GT3M over AZR Motorsport White. AZR Motorsport White qualified 5th. Virtual Sanity Racing back again on pole position here. Make that another pole in class for Virtual Sanity Racing. As cars begin to cycle their way through. Feel special. Second fastest as times begin to cycle their way through. IPM Gold goes fastest with a 1:24.789. See if the Magic Arrow 56 crew can do anything about it. Dominic Facchette behind the wheel. 10th fastest only for him, as the rest of the field will try to put in some lap times here. Go Eastwards with Sergio Sanchez Cachaferro behind the wheel. Across the line, what does it look like for Cachaferro? Top of the board for Go Esports. That is phenomenal stuff. They're looking for their first pole of the season. And what a job they can do if they can get that sorted out and taken care of. If they can secure a pole position, what a season changer that could be for them. Top of the board, it is Cadillac and Acura. Top of the board, Project Dynamic Grain with Gretschel behind the wheel. Goes fastest, 1:23.835. Ryder Engineering. They have yet to finish a race so far this season. Is today the day on French soil for Ryder Engineering. They immediately get leapfrogged back down to 5th. Future Racing Team Pro get down towards the hairpin at the moment. They are dropping down the order quickly. Nick Baggerman already down to 8th as Mass Devil's Red goes to P2 with Sergio Bora behind the wheel. The pole sitter from last week's, or 2 weeks ago's race at Hockenheim. IPM Gold showing some pace though in that Acura. There's 2 Acuras in this field. Here's the other one. Ivan Alfimov behind the wheel. The Iberian driver for Garbano Esports Black sitting 7th fastest at the moment. All eyes on the 71 of Project Dynamic Grain. Different driver behind the wheel as he lets some drivers go through. They're on hot laps. He was on a cooldown lap. Sergio Bora, though, he is going to be a threat. 700ths separate the top 2. And he locks up. So that is going to be a lap done for Bora. He's going to have to reset and try again. He's got 14 minutes to do so. Gretschel pouring up his tires. Same with the IPM Gold machine, that 49 car behind him. Magic Arrow 55, Norbert Thomas goes top of the board. Championship leader in GTP. Currently leads with provisional pole. Nick's Esports, a 33 car, goes second fastest. Times beginning to fall quickly here. 1:23.5 is the barometer if you want to have a shot at pole. Nick's Esports at a 1:23.82. And Norbert Thomas sailing it through here in the middle sector. Second hairpin for Thomas in that 55 machine. Sergio Bora right behind him as well for Mass Devils Red. Very intriguing stuff going on so far in qualifying. Almost like a miniature race on its own, but it's racing the clock. Thomas leads the way over Nick's Esports, who sits right now in the second position. Project Dynamic Green in third. Mass Devils Red in fourth. Go Esports in fifth. IPM Gold sixth. Carbano Esports Black in seventh. Rider Engineering down in eighth, and it's Mass Devils Blue. XPD All Racing. Magic Arrow 56. Future Racing Team Pro, and Lithium Motorsports. You have to look again. You have to keep an eye on the 7 of Sergio Bora. Last time out, pole sitter at Hockenheim. Trying to close in on Norbert Thomas. Again, 6 hours, a very long race, and that's where the points are scored. But it's all about having that psychological advantage early on here in Magny-Cours. Fourth place at the moment. That is second row for the 7 car. And what has become a very tight and intense battle at the top. Going through the chicane. Flick chicane here in the second sector towards the second hairpin in the lap. This track very tight, very undulating. If you mess up one corner, you've basically thrown away an entire sector, which in qualifying is a done lap. Sergio Bora trying to keep himself pretty well postured here. This is where he messed up the last time. Keeps it pretty well hammered and clean. A little loose there. A little bit of snap oversteer for Bora. And he's going to back it off here. He's backing it off, finding just a little bit more clean air. Saw the 76 right ahead of him. That was the Rider Engineering car. Starting a new lap here. Sergio Bora across our finish. Obviously not on a flying lap that last time. Threw that one away. Sort of just waved it off. This time with earnest. Can Bora get closer to the front of the field? The gap right now is 3 tenths. Excuse me, 4 tenths the pole. 3 tenths the front row. Project Dynamic Green closes in a little bit. 123.8. IPM Gold setting 124.1. It was fast, but not fast enough to improve. You need to be in the 123s. Boris right dab in the middle of it. 4th place at the moment. We'll be sharing the second row right now with Nick's Esports, a 33 car. Keeping an eye on what could be a good lap for Bora. The Spanish driver entering the final sector here, very tight. This is a very crucial corner. A lot more tidy that time through. Bora knows it. And down the hill, towards the final corners we go. 3 corners left to play. There's one. Through the second and third, the final chicane. Keep it planning across the line. Top of the board, Sergio Bora. 123.412 for the Spanish driver. Going top of the board. Needed 4 tenths. Found half a second. Sergio Bora, top of the board. Phenomenal stuff here. That is absolutely outstanding stuff. Pressure is on now. Albert Blanc behind the wheel. Third fastest at the moment for Nix Esports. The gauntlet has been laid by Sergio Bora. Albert Blanc third fastest here. Less than 8 minutes left in qualifying here. Felix Greshel at one point was pole sitter in qualifying here. Esports GTP fifth fastest at the moment. Sergio Sanchez Cachefera behind the wheel. Fifth fastest for them, XPD Emerald Racing. Sixth place, Alberto Garcia Blasca behind the wheel. IPM Gold. Walter Mendez behind the wheel, seventh fastest at the moment for the leading Acura in the field. Then it's Ryder Engineering, another Cadillac, Gianni Peroni behind the wheel. Eighth place for them at the moment. Second Acura, Ivan Alfimov behind the wheel. Ninth place for them at the moment. Machicaro 56, top 10 for Dominic Facchette. But it's Sergio Bora leading the way in qualifying here, looking for another qualifying pole position here. The pressure's now on Norbert Thomas to try to get this done and get back to pole position. So Thomas behind the wheel. Thomas goes fastest still, 1:23.337. It didn't look like an impressive lap. It didn't light up the boards the way we were expecting it to. But it was consistent enough across the board that Thomas has now answered and has put it back on pole position. Norbert Thomas, what a response there, putting it back on pole position with less than 5 minutes to play. Now we'll wait for a return response from Sergio Bora. Nix Esports trying to close in a little bit, set a fast lap last time, but it wasn't enough to really crawl into this gap now. And that is a very quick run to that second chicane. Sergio Bora. The lead trying to charge up some battery here. Giving it another go here. See what Bora can do. Sergio Bora on a lap here. We'll see what he can do in that 7 car. With time ticking away. Sergio Bora, I think, has thrown away qualifying here. Trying to get updates on where everyone's at right now. Nigs Esports sitting 4th place. Got out qualified by Project Dynamic Green, but they have a little over a minute to get it all figured out still. Albert Blanc across the line was not enough to gain, was 300ths off. IPM Gold, can they crack through? Gonna be a very important question to ask. And in pit lane for IPM Gold, so they will also not finish qualifying. It leaves just 1 car. That's the Go Esports car, Sergio Sanchez Catafero. Catafero will go wide. Locked it up there, trying to get it all it's worth. But we'll come down pit lane. So that will do it for qualifying here. Absolutely wild stuff there. So it's going to put an end to qualifying here. And that'll give us a starting grid. So Magic Arrow 55 with Norbert Thomas on pole position. A phenomenal job by the Magic Arrow camp. Phenomenal job so far. But now we have a 6-hour race to get ready for. Qualifying has come to a close. It's Magic Arrow 55 leading the way. Then Mass Devils Red, the 7 car with Sergio Bora behind the wheel. Then the 31 of Project Dynamic Green. As we get ready to go, there is your podium from qualifying for each class. It is almost race time for 34 cars here at the Circuit de Nevers Magny-Cours.
Alors la question c'est, est-ce qu'il Il y a du bon café dans la région. Eh bien, j'espère. Même si l'intensité des courses au programme aujourd'hui ne devrait pas vous donner l'envie de dormir, installez-vous confortablement.
As we wait for the timer to elapse here, everyone's getting the last seconds to stretch and get ready to go before this race gets underway. So what we're going to do here is we're going to pivot our way to the race information once again. For those that missed the beginning of our broadcast before we got interrupted by a power outage, here we go again. 51% humidity, 23 degrees centigrade is the temperature and weather conditions here at the Circuit de Nevers Magny-Cours. Partly cloudy skies, 15-kilometer-an-hour winds. Wind speeds will be between 13 and 17 kilometers an hour here. This 4.41-kilometer circuit is 200 meters above sea level in central France. It's a very tight and narrow and very technical circuit. And it'll be challenging all the drivers here tonight across these 6 hours of racing. This race will transition into darkness at the end of it. So drivers have to be able to evolve as the track evolves here tonight. The starting grid on your screen. It's Norbert Thomas and Sergio Barra. Front row in GTP. Felix Greshel behind the wheel in P3. Project Dynamic Rain alongside Albert Blanc and Nix Esports. Row 3, it's Walter Mendez taking the wheel alongside Alberto Garcia in row 3. Row 4 is Sergio Sanchez Cachaferro and Gianni Peroni for Rider Engineering Esports. Looking down the order here, you've got Dominic Fiquete and Ivan Alfimov in row 5. Row 6, Brandon Groch and Pablo Ruiz and Nick Baggerman in 13th rounds out the GTPs. And then you see Lorenzo Castellani pole position for GT3 Pro. Negative Delta by Bueller's having to chase down 07 Racing. It's a 10-point gap, but Negative Delta by Bueller's and Vladislav Shopov will need to close that in tonight to keep the battle going on strong to Spa on December 9th. Alex Gall, a little bit out on the outside looking in, but can make things happen starting this race from 3rd position. Juan Frias for Euromaster Esports, likewise, needing to make some magic happen here tonight. Did not have a fantastic race at Hockenheim. Would love to put that Porsche back in perspective in the championship in GT3 Pro. Alberto Moreno for Garbano Esports in 5th alongside Juan Marti for Go Esports in GT3 Pro. Devin Horvath overtake from Team 4, new team, debuted till last time out at Hockenheim. Did not have a great finish at that race, the 10-hour race last time out. Looking for something a little bit better here in GT3 Pro. Fran Vanal and Miklos Gal are next for Karuma Motorsport and Really Slow Motion Racing. As you can see here, we're going to look at the GT3 class a little bit more in depth here. Miguel Santos and Jorge Pinheiro behind Cito Ferrer. See row 7 in GT3, it's Andre Montero and Victor Gomez. Pedro Ono for AZR Motorsport is going to be how everything situates here. And then you have the AM class cars led by Nick Kirstens. If you're just now tuning in, I'm Carmen Sienna. We appreciate you spending your time with us this morning, this afternoon, this evening, depending on where you are in the world, here with ADN Esports 1. Very wild time here in Magny-Cours. 6 hours coming up ahead of us here. We'll keep an eye on each class as they take the green flag, starting with GTP, being led by Norbert Thomas. It is a long race ahead of us. Encourage everyone to strap in, buckle up, and get ready for what will be a very exciting morning for everyone just now tuning in and joining us. A celebration of our 3-year anniversary that took place on Thursday. We have a doubleheader tonight between two different broadcasts. It's the pinnacle of sports car racing, the Platinum Endurance Championship here on ABN. A very tedious formation lap behind the pace car to get this 6-hour race underway. For everyone tuning in, we appreciate it. If you're not following us already, feel free to do so. If you want to support us even more, subscribe to us here on Twitch. If you're a Twitch Prime user, it's free. Thomas, Bora, front row, will lead us to green here tonight. The penultimate round of the Platinum Endurance Championship in its 4th season runs through Central France. It is pivotal to get this race right if you want a championship chance in Belgium. Through the final corner. Waiting for the green flag. Green flag is out and away we go! We are racing at Magny-Cours! And 13 GTPs make their way now down towards turn 4. Likewise, GT3 will take the start. And their race, the last in November, is underway. Phenomenal job so far. Pretty well clean and sorted. Running forward here. This is all the GDPs that made it through. They've made it through cleanly. All 13 of them have. The racing firmly underway. And we've had an issue. There's been a car spun. And it is IPM Gold, I do believe. It is IPM Gold that has had a spin. And that is Walter Mendez that had a spin. Already down to 12th place. Likewise, trouble for Felix Gretschel. Felix Gretschel's had a huge incident here. Oh, this is a bad place to be. And I think this is a tow. As Lorenzo Castellani and company make their way through. That is not a great start for Project Dynamic Rain for the start of a 6-hour race. Castellani running away from Shopov at the moment at the front of the GT3 Pro field. GT3M currently being led by Virtual Sanity Racing. Nick Kirsten's behind the wheel. Trying to find some inroads here. As cars that make the way through to complete lap 1 officially. GDP making their way through already. It's been a very interesting opening couple laps here. Norbert Thomas continues to lead the way. The racing 100% is underway right now. Norbert Thomas leads the way. Sergio Bora not far behind. Three minutes in to a 6-hour race. We're glad you're able to join us this morning. Could be a lot of fun. Class leaders, top of your screen. You see a lot of shuffling going on in the GT3 class right now. That is all incorrect. Our telemetry machine went down. which means that we cannot see all the cars at once right now due to the power outage we had this morning. So some things just haven't recovered yet. Keep in mind that 07 Racing is still leading GT3 Pro. Just as Virtual Sandy Racing is still leading GT3 AM in the opening minutes of this race. Pressure is on for Norbert Thomas, points leader in GTP. 19-point gap going into tonight's race. Would love to expand it. Thomas continues to lead the way. 07 Racing leads the way in GT3 Pro. But it is again a very tight battle in GT3, as you would expect. Castellani, followed by Shopov, then by Alex Gall. That is your top three at the moment. Yeah, some people cheering on Nix Esports in the chat. Show them all the support you can. Nix Esports right now sitting in the top 5 in GTP. Not a bad effort at all for Nix Esports so far in this race. Car in pit lane is the 71 for Project Dynamic Green Racing. Another race where they will have to climb out of a hole early to make things happen. Lorenzo Castellani leads the way from Vladislav Shopov. Second place for Native Delta by Buellers. Chicane Racing Blue, Alex Gall in third position. Then you have Euromasters Esports with Juan Manuel Fres Gomez behind the wheel. Carbano Esports, JD Army, sitting in the 5th position. As we look here at the 11th place GTP of Sergio Sanchez Cachaferro, trying to hang on there to the tail end of the top 10 as things currently run. 12 GTP cars still running in this field, all of them being led by this driver right here, Norbert Thomas. In the early goings of this race to the inside, first hairpin successfully, but now you see the mass of GT3 cars in front of the leaders, and these leaders have to get through this very frequently, very often. This is a very short lap, and you're seeing right now we're already only 6.5 minutes into this race, and we've already started to see lap traffic. There will be a point where lap traffic will be a constant for these leaders, but you'd have to realistically expect that the GT3 and GTP leaders will come across each other every 10 minutes in this race. Sergio Bora to the inside of the SR Technic Ferrari. Lap traffic, it can be either your saint or your demon, depending on how you process it here. And it is not an easy task. Sergio Bora got held up a little bit there, trying to get through the last chicane. Thomas trying to clear through some of the lap traffic now. There's Bora, and then there's the Nix Esports 33. 33 of Albert Blanc behind the wheel, making his way through. Little bit tight there for Sergio Bora, trying to make his way around. But lap traffic now in full swing. Just 7 minutes in here in Magny-Cours. And traffic is everywhere. Sergio Bora trying to make things work. Eight minutes in. Already watching Norbert Thomas try to walk away using lap traffic as a pick. 2 lap cars in front of Bora. It is so difficult. There is Horvath behind the wheel of that overtaking that Team 4 machine. But Bora gets clear. Now looking at the Go Esports AM car. Around and across they go. Nix Esports keeping up pretty well. And that battle for second place. Likewise, the battle for fourth is pretty intense as well between XPD Emerald Racing with Garcia Blasco behind the wheel, and then Carbano Esports Black, who got a really good run, but it couldn't take it because those GT3 cars in the way. Cadillac versus Acura. Down towards the hairpin. They get clear of it. To the first hairpin. But that is, again, a really good example of how difficult it is to manage lap traffic here. This track is difficult, again, in single-seaters, let alone in multi-class equipment like this. Completely different skill set needed. Thomas and Bora have gotten through the GT3 cars for the first time. So now there's a bit of reprieve to stretch their legs once more. So has the Nix Esports machine with Garcia Blasco behind the wheel. Soon it will be a constant and unavoidable circumstance here at Magny-Cours. But Thomas leads the way. 07 Racing we just saw. There was Castellani. Still having to deal with some of the lingering GTP cars. Trying to make their way through. There's the Carbano Esports Black machine getting through. Do you see how much it's separated Alex Gall and everybody from this top two? Top two in GT3 pretty well still nose to tail. With Shopov trailing heavily that Ferrari of Castellani. Some work to be done in the opening stanza of this race. Lorenzo Castellani leads in GT3 Pro and AM, and it currently belongs to Nick Kirstens in Virtual Insanity Racing with future racing team, the AM class car, Sebastian Peterson, in second. Both of them have gotten ahead of several of the GT3 Pro cars. So both of them showing some significant pace here in France at the moment. Magic Arrow 55, top of the board in fast lap of the race. Talking about stretching your legs. You cannot stretch your legs much quicker than that. Thomas trying to open the gap now. Once again to Bora. Gap is 1.3 seconds. XP Racing still rolling here. We're getting notice of penalty here for the first one. It's a drive-through penalty. Magic Arrow 56. A drive-through penalty for contact with the 76, the Ryder Engineering car. So a penalty here for the 56 team, the 56 car, which is already in pit lane. Dominic Facchette already in pit lane. So issues there already with a couple cars. Magico 55, likewise, still front of the field here, ahead of Sergio Bora. Then you have Albert Blanc in third. XP Demerol Racing in the fourth position now with Alberto Garcia Blasco behind the wheel. Gabano Esports Black in fifth with Ivan Alfamov. Then sixth place, it's Lithium Motorsports with Brandon Garuch. Gianni Peroni for Rider Engineering Esports. Then it's Go Esport GTP with Sergio Sanchez Cachaferro. Future Racing Team Pro. Nick Baggerman in ninth. Top 10 belongs to the second Acura, Walter Mendez for IPM Gold. Then Mass Doubles Blue in 11th place with Victor Magnussen behind the wheel. A little bit further down here, Lorenzo Castellani, still a very tight battle between him, Vladislav Shopov, and Alice Gall. Oh, actually, this is a change. It was not the 56 that got a penalty. It was the 76 that got a penalty. That's a big ordeal. So it's the Rider Engineering Esport car that have his drive-through, as does the 49 IPM Gold. So a huge chunk here. 2 penalties coming up here. So a correction on the first penalty. It's two issues in GTP. 2 GTP penalties. It is the 76 Rider Engineering and the 49 IPM Gold machines that have drive-throughs. The 49 IPM Gold given a drive-through for contact with the 71 Project Dynamic Green. And Rider Engineering got that penalty for the Magico 56, which is why both those cars were on pit lane. And effectively already out of the running here. Project Dynamic Green already out of this race, I do believe. To double check here, I believe they're officially out. No, they're not out. They're back out and running. Back out and running, but a lot of ground to make up for the Project Dynamic Racing team, which is now, I believe, at least 9 laps down. That is a huge hit. But a lot of work to do. They could not afford any more mistakes in this race at all. So those penalties are drive-throughs that have to be served. And there's another penalty coming through here. This is going to be crazy. Another penalty. This time, I believe, it's on the 23. I'll have to double check to make sure that that is the case. Another penalty coming through. It is on the 23, the Go Esports machine. So 3 GTPs all getting penalties in the first 15 minutes of this race. That is a huge ordeal and a huge hit already. That'll put them behind the 8 ball early on here. So Thomas continues to lead the way in GTP. Sergio Bora stays in second place. Rider Engineering, I believe, has already served it. I don't know if he served that drive-through or not. Gianni Peroni I guess we'll find out here shortly whether or not that drive-through has been served, because it is a very slow pit lane. Whatever it is, it did not happen this lap. Two cars still in pit lane. That is the Merckx Racing Team car with Alex Garcia. The Mercedes in pit lane there. And the Magic 56 in pit lane as well, with Dominic Fiquete behind the wheel. A little bit more pressure being applied to the 55 of Norbert Thomas. Sergio Bora, there's a car off track there. That's a GTP. Sorry, not a GTP. That's a GT3 that was off track. There, as now it's side by side. Bora's gotten to the lead. Bora slided through the gap. Top three all close. Because there's Nick's Esports with Albert Blanc behind the wheel. All three of the top three in GTP now lead the way as they try to navigate some more of the mid-pack GT3 cars into this final sector, this very tight and complicated final sector. It'll end up costing that 33 car, the Nick's Esports machine, a little bit more time. Down the front straightaway. There goes Bora, there goes Thomas. As they try to isolate themselves from the 33 machine. Thomas knows the pressure is on now. This is where Sergio Bora wants that car to be, that 7 car, and that is out front. The 33, Albert Blanc for the Nick's Esports. Got it through, but now there's even more. A wall of GT3 cars up ahead. These are the leaders, I believe, in GT3. I believe I saw that correctly. That was Alex Gall and Vladislav Chopal behind the wheel of those cars. It is the second and third place cars in GT3 Pro. Through the flex chicane. Into the second hairpin. Alex Gall forced wide by the GTP cars. All three of them trying to make their way through. Same with Chopov trying to stay on the right side of the track to let these GTP leaders go through. They do go through, and now they approach the 07 Racing machine. With Bora not being denied and going super wide. Almost 3 wide on the exit of that corner. That was almost a collision and a half. What a way this race would flip on its head if all three of the leaders took each other out on that corner right there. Instead, all three of them nose to tail to complete another lap. This will be the end of lap 15 for the race. We'll pull up the overall lap count on the timer here, so you can get an idea. We're on lap 16 now. This is overall lap count at the top of your screen based on GTP, where we're at right now. Thomas chasing down Bora. Blanc chasing down both of them. Three drive-throughs so far for the 23, the 76, and the 56. No, excuse me, not the 56, the 49 IPM Gold. 49, 76, and 23. For incidents that ended up collecting the 71 and the 56. So, crazy battling going on here at the front of GTP for the overall race lead. There's 07 Racing with Lorenzo Castellani. Got a little bit of space, but that space is once again shrinking at the hands of Vladislav Chopov. Chopov for Negative Delta by Bueller's behind the wheel there. Then you have Alex Gall for Chicane Line Racing Blue. Top three in GT3 Pro. In GT3 M, it's still Nick Kirstens for Virtual Insanity Racing. The 359 machine leads the way. And Kirstens leads the way. Then his future racing team in second place in GT3 AM with Sebastian Peterson. And then the SR Technic 357 with Rui Felipe Pinheiro behind the wheel there. Norbert Thomas behind the wheel. Mass Devils red. Lead the way now with Sergio Bora. Thomas trying to give chase. But now I think they're going to need to wait a little bit longer for some lap traffic to come their way. And for everyone tuning in, we welcome you to a wonderful morning for racing. It's a doubleheader. This morning we have the Platinum Endurance Championship, the 6 Hours Magny-Cours, which you're watching right now. Later on tonight we have the beginning of the round of 5 for the ARC's Saturday Night Showdown competition from Five Flag Speedway. That's 9:45 Eastern tonight. Still a long ways away. The last doubleheader we have really going on here in 2023. Norbert Thomas behind the wheel of the 55 car that had pole position, lost it early to Sergio Bora, who he's trying to chase back down now, but they're all very evenly matched here at the front of the GTP class field. A little bit of contact early on in this race, and there's been trouble for Alex Gall. What has happened to the 242 machine? Oh, this is about to be heartbreaking. What happens to Alex Gall? This is Alex Gall. What happens to the 242? Is this Gianni Peroni? Is this the Ryder Engineering? This is the Ryder Engineering car. That's Peroni that got into the back of Alex Gall and completely killed the 242. Peroni tried shooting the gap. This is a replay of the incident here. Gallo tried shooting the gap, and both of them go around, and Alex Gall pays dearly for it. Up and over goes the Porsche, and around goes the Ryder Engineering Esports car, who already had one drive-through to serve. We'll see what the stewards believe that looks like here. But at the front of the field, it's still Norbert Thomas sitting behind Sergio Bora. Thomas trying to work his way through lap traffic. Obviously, Bora has been able to have a little bit more success with that, opening up a 1.8 second gap. A little further down there is the 5th place car, Alvin Alfimov, sitting behind some more GT3 traffic going to the outside of turn 3. Wild times so far in the early goings here. 07 Racing leads the way in GT3 Pro. As we sort of try to make sure we keep an eye on everyone's watching live in the Twitch chat and everybody. We welcome you, and we are thankful that you're here with us here on a wonderful Saturday for racing. Again, this is the center of your screen, the race leader in GT3 Pro, Lorenzo Castellani. Then you have Vladislav Shopov, who's closing in that gap once more to the front of the GT3 class field. Nick Kirsten's lead still in GT3 AM. But there you see the race leader, Sergio Bora, making his way through more traffic, trying to stay away and stay ahead of Norbert Thomas. There's Thomas in the second position. Thomas continues to sit second place here at the moment. Nick's Esports a little bit further back, having lost a little bit of time to some of this lap traffic for GT3 cars, but still sitting firmly in the third position. XPDMO Racing with Alberto Garcia Blasco sitting in the fourth position. Then it's the leading Acura with Ivan Alfimov top 5 in this field. 11 GTP cars all still together at the top of the board. Magic Arrow 56 machine and the Project Damer Green car still on track, 12th and 13th in the class, and on the same lap because they're together. There's the Magic Arrow 56 with Dominic Fiquete, and then just behind is Felix Greschel. There's Mass Devil's Red leading the way, though, in GTP. The overall race lead at the moment is still very tight at the top. Oh, and Thomas is not going to be enthused about that. GT3, who goes wide. And that was Scribano Esports JD Army. That went wide, chopped off the nose of Thomas, and then spun out in turn 3. And it held up Thomas just a little bit to allow the 7 car to break away a little bit more. Oh, wow, we got 2 more penalties coming through the grapevine here. And these are a little bit more hefty. We'll have to wait for validation just to make sure that these are true, but this could be big. And it looks like it's, again, looks like it's more GTP on GTP cars here. Because this is big. Yeah, these are 3 big penalties here, all in GTP. Three huge penalties, I believe. These are all stop and holds for 30 seconds. Wow. That is a huge shift. New penalties coming through the grapevine. These are not drive-throughs. I'll have to correct that for a second. These are 30-second stop and holds. So we'll have to correct that for a second here, but this is the information that has just been passed down to us and those teams. This is the 11, the Carbano Esports Black Machine, the 34 Lithium Motorsports Machine, and the 56, the Magic Arrow 56, who is already multiple laps down in this race, will have to serve a 30-second stop and hold. Huge penalties coming through the grapevine. That is massive. Thomas just at the fast lap of the race. So 3 penalties right in a row. Stop and holds have been applied here. I believe we have another penalty coming through here. A drive-through for the 18, which is the Future Racing Team GTP, that has also now received a drive-through. That is wild. A bunch of penalties here. That is 7 penalties on GTPs already in this race, and we are just over half an hour in. That is insanity. And you see the gap that has emerged here. The battle here is for second place between Thomas and Blanc. This is Magic Arrow versus Nix Esports. Mass Devils Red with Sergio Bora already 4 seconds up the road. He has found some clean air, and he is not letting go. A little bit further down, we have to look down to the 07 Racing Team, who still lead in GT3 Pro over Vladislav Shopov. And now the Euramaster Esports car up to 3rd place with the exit of the Chicano Line Racing Blue at the hands of the Ryder Engineering car. Juan Manuel Frias Gomez sitting third place so far in GT3 Pro for your Master Esports. Carbano Esports JD, Alberto Moreno sitting in that 4th position, having a slight issue earlier in this race. But so far, so good still. Juan Marti behind the wheel of that Go Esports, number 288 in 5th place there. Then it's Enosis Esports not far behind with Miguel Santos behind the wheel. Not far away. Mass Devils Blue, the 10 car in pit lane. And that is a significant injury. That is significant damage to Victor Magnussen. What happened to Magnussen? This is going to be an answer as to what happened to the number 10 machine. Oh, and he just throws it off, and around he goes, and off comes the rear wing for the number 10 car. Absolute wild stuff here as we approach the 40-minute mark in this race. So much has already happened in the first 40 minutes of this race, and there's still so much racing to go here in Magny-Cours in France. Bora leads the way as we cross over the 40-minute mark. We've been live for over an hour and 20 minutes. We're going to take our first hydration break here on commentary. What we're going to do now, we're going to see who we can ride along with. Probably going to ride along with one of the battles here in GT3. We'll ride along with Miguel Santos. He knows esports. Giving you ideas to what he's going to be looking forward to here coming up very shortly. We're right on board with him and take a hydration break. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Non-stop coverage of the 6 hours of Magny-Cours continues here on ABN Esports 1. We are back here on ABN Esports 1, non-stop coverage of the 6 hours of Magny-Cours. Still ongoing, riding on board with Miguel Santos up to 5th place in the GT3 Pro category. I believe that was the 18, the Future Racing Team Pro car that just went by. But not a bad result so far for Enos Esports behind the wheel. Miguel Santos, top 5. Not a bad effort so far. There's 71 of Project Dynamic Green, who've had a very rough start of their race, up to 11th place after being eventually down to like the dead last after an incident on the opening lap. Not too far behind is the leader of GT3 AM, which is Nick Kirstens for Virtual Insanity Racing. There's a battle going on right now for overall position between Jorge Mendez Pinheiro and Nick Kirstens. Different classes. This is SR Technic's GT3 Pro car taking on the AM Porsche. But still an emphasis as to where everyone's at so far in this race. At the front of the field, it's still Masked Devils Red leading the way. Cars in pit lane, Rider Engineering, Go Esports, and Carbono Esports Black. A couple more drive-thrus have come through. One on the 18 of Future Racing Team Pro. That happened while we were away on hydration break. And the most recent one happening against the first one against the GT3 car, the 289 of Kuruma Motorsport, being issued a drive-through penalty following contact by the 221, following contact on the 221, the Merckxo Racing Team car. So a couple more penalties there on offer, one for GTP and one for GT3, as pit stops are now beginning in earnest in the GTP class. Very interesting to see where Norbert Thomas ends up cycling out here as pit stops begin for the first time here in this race. For everyone tuning in and spending your morning, afternoon, or evening with us here on ABN Esports 1, we appreciate it. Out comes Sergio Bora, and Norbert Thomas not far away, although it looks like Bora is going to gain a little bit of time here. There's Thomas in second place. Race leader, there is Sergio Bora, but cold tires will have an effect. So some wild stuff here. As information has come in, the leading car in your screen, we pivoted as we received some of this information, and it has been confirmed. A drive-through for the race leader in GT3 Pro, Lorenzo Castellani, will have a drive-through to serve. That is huge. With pit stops imminent for GT3 Pro, beginning of a nightmare. Drive-throughs cannot be served with pit stops. So that means 2 trips down pit lane for the 201 car, who has a 7-second gap to Vladislav Shopov. That gap is now definitively all but decimated, and then some. Because the Magny-Cours pit lane is a very slow pit lane. An excruciatingly slow pit lane. So Castellani has to make a drive-through within 3 laps. When does Castellani come in? This puts the entire race on its head. 07 Racing into this race with a 10-point advantage in the GT3 Pro standings. And now they've got a hole to dig out of. An hour in. Let the nightmares commence. What a nightmare for Castellani as here comes the drive. This is a pit stop. This is not a drive-through, so this will not change a whole lot. Shopov also in pit lane as well. It's a very busy pit lane as Frias Gomez takes the race lead in GT3 Pro. This is a huge ordeal. And it is an absolute nightmare. So Frias Gomez inherits the race lead temporarily. The pit stops again are incoming. Big stuff. Very big stuff. So Frias Gomez inherits the race lead, but he's got a pit stop to make. And not a lot of time to make it. We have crossed the hour mark. So now it is showtime. We are now in earnest. Here comes the 264 down pit lane right now. Pit stop underway. Miguel Santos, 22 seconds behind. Does he make a pit stop here? Coming around the final couple corners here. Does this Ferrari think of move to pit lane? Yes, he does. Now all eyes on Castellani. Does Castellani make a trip down pit lane once again? Wild, wild, wild stuff here. Still nothing from Castellani regarding serving that drive-through. Big question marks right now at the moment. Castellani letting go one of the cars through there. I believe that is the 76. But again, all eyes right now on this car, who's got an 8-second advantage to Vladislav Shepov in the second place. Negative delta by Bueller's machine. Castellani has a drive-through to serve. Another drive-through. This is for the 76 once again. For contact with the GT3. And still nothing from Castellani, who has a drive-through to serve. He is one of the only GT3 cars to have a drive-through penalty to serve. There's two that would have to serve a drive-through. It's the 289 at Karuma Motorsport and the 201 at 07 Racing. Those are the only two pro cars that must serve a drive-through penalty. Again, he's the race leader, so it's all about when he comes in to serve that drive-through. Castellani's still trying to open up a gap, I'm assuming. I can't think of much reason why he's staying out beyond 3 laps here. Let me Mishk behind the wheel of the 359. Nick Kirstens has handed it over. Liam Mishk now behind the wheel. Here we go. He has been impressive all season long, has Mishk. 8th overall in GT3. Working on the 213 of Jorge Mendez Pinheiro. Professor Tetnik. But Mish doing a phenomenal job. There's a car that spun, and that is Paquette. That is the 56 Magic Arrow machine. That is Paquette with damage on that Cadillac. Dominic Paquette out of the last chicane. In trouble here. This is in the final chicane for Paquette. And that is just way, way too much curbing in the final corner. And into the tire. That was just clumsy by Paquette. And you see the damage on that Cadillac now. It is very apparent. Nora Thomas chasing down Sergio Boris. Chased him down all the way to half a second. It is game on once again at the front of the overall field. Another drive-through, but this time it is for the 274, the Enos Esports machine. Thomas chasing down Bora, Blanc, Garcia Blasco, Perron, Sachin Scatrefero, and Alfimov, the GTP cars on the lead lap. Nick Baggerman 1 lap down in 8th place. Top of your screen is the class leader for each class. As things currently run right now, Bora trying to get around one of the GT3 cars. That is the SR Technic Ferrari that Thomas squeezes his way through as well. Thomas leading the charge against Sergio Bora. These two are nose to tail once more. Bora flashing, let know that is one of the Carbano cars, I believe, that they are coming. That's the 311. That is the AM car for Carbano Esports. When both leaders get through. Lemmy Mishk, 8/10 behind SR Technic's T13 car with Jorge Pinheiro behind the wheel. Lemmy Mishk had a close encounter there. I think that's the 71. No, that's the 11. Excuse me. That's the Acura. That is the Carbano Esports Acura MGTP. But it has been absolutely frantic here in the 6 hours of Magny-Cours so far. We are 71 minutes in already. But there's still so much time to go. Sergio Bora continues to lead the way over Norbert Thomas. And we are going to ride on board here with Norbert Thomas. A phenomenal drive so far in this battle that has lasted so far the entirety of the first opening stanza in Magny-Cours around the GT3 car. Ooh, a little bit too much curbing there for Thomas. And he'll lose a lot of time as a result. Just a little too much curbing there in the final sector. And now it's all, once again, up for grabs as Bora tries to scuttle away. Absolutely phenomenal stuff so far. It has been phenomenal between these two, at least. Thomas trying to hold on and now reel back in Bora. And they are on it. That is so much on the limit here. Where so much can go wrong. The Mish has gone around Pinheiro. That is 7th in GT3 Pro and overall. And Mishk is an AM class car. That is Virtual Insanity Racing, the AM class machine. doing a phenomenal job. 7th overall in GT3. Absolutely outstanding. Near undeniable so far from Ishk. And there are the leaders. There's Bora and Thomas. You want to talk about how close it is right now? It is that close. Still. Right now, you're seeing on your screen still this battle for the overall race lead. Another drive-through has come through. It is the 298, the Grow Racing Team Red, that has got a drive-through penalty for contact with the 311, and it is a stop and hold. 30-second stop and hold for the 298, the Grow Racing Team Red. And Grow Racing Team, who have not had a great race already. Andre Montero behind the wheel of that car now. Their race will go even further down the order here, and I believe actually the 298 car is out of this race. It would have been Andre Montero, but yeah, that car is out of the race already, so that drive-through will not be served, and that'll end up being applied post-race. Front of the field, though, Bora and Thomas stay at the front. Phenomenal job so far. It looks like we've had an issue here with Tonio Ordieres. Whoa, that was trouble. That was the Carbono Esports JD car that just got moved by Thomas. So GTP is beginning to lose their patience with the GT3 cars in this battle for the race lead. That was big. That was huge. Bora continues to lead the way, but it's by less than half a second. Right on board with Thomas, right through the driver's perspective. You cannot get a much better perspective as to what Thomas is dealing with right now than this camera angle right here. A little bit slow through that chicane that they were flicking through. It gives Bora a chance to extend and try to run away, but there's still more traffic ahead going up the hill. And that's what we're talking about, with Bora having to slow down. Oh, out wide goes Thomas, but they both got clear, the SR Technic Ferrari. But that's what it's the ebb and flow of this that matters so much between two drivers that are very evenly matched so far. Bora and Thomas through the last chicane. Across our finish line, here we go. Evenly matched, but the 7 car with Sergio Bora behind the wheel just a fraction quicker. Just fractionally faster. But now that it's only them once more, going down to this braking zone, they have a second to get ready to map out how they want to attack this second sector of the track. Through the chicane once again, and Bora once again gets lucky there. That is the Cabano Esports AM car, that Ferrari. And it's just so fascinating watching Thomas have to try to navigate this, because you see how Bora just kind of sends it through, especially that chicane. Just sends it through, but Bora once again trapped right here. And that is behind the 278. That is Vladislav Shopov, the second place car in GT3 Pro. So that's where Shopov is. And Castellani still has not served a drive-through penalty yet that he's been issued. Accidentally turned on the windshield wipers. Don't need those yet. I didn't have a chance to see rain until well after the season's over. But all the buttons here, if you press the wrong button, it can do something catastrophic. Still following Bora. Bora trying to break the draft here because he knows Thomas is within a very good range right now, 0.2 of a second. Thomas didn't send it there, but Bora still drove it in deep, and now they're side by side. Bora with the exit though. They both get around. That's the 201. That's the 07 racing car that was leading GT3 Pro. They've gotten clear of the leaders in GT3. But they still have some work to do. Still some pro cars that are not on the same pace up ahead before they get to an island of clean air. This is so fascinating. Watch these two go at it. A lot of respect here. But this is a championship battle in the wings. In the 07 Racing, not 07, this is the Max Devil's red car of Sergio Bora. He needs this. He needs to hold off the 55. Can he hold off Thomas? They both go around the outside of turn 3. That's close on the HGR Motorsports BMW. That is Pedro Arnaud, 11th place in GT3 Pro. And they both scared the daylights out of him there. Down towards the first hairpin. Bora still has the advantage. But they are really close. And they're going to have to sweep to the right-hand side to get around this Ferrari. And they both will. Just in time for the 55. But Bora, a lot more confident in where he places that 7 to open up just a little bit more of a gap. One of the GT3s is in. That is Cesar Carregal. Driver change for Enosis Esports, the 274. Nora Thomas. center of your screen, chasing down Sergio Bora. These two have opened up for both these cars. Driver changes are going to be incoming here, I believe, in their next pit stop. Next pit stop should be in about 15 to 20 minutes time. What do the drivers have left in the tank here? They were in the car for qualifying. They were in the car for practice. How much is left in the tank for Thomas and Bora? It's also very close further on down the order with Ivan Alfimov behind the wheel. The Acura trying to take on the Go Esports Cadillac. So a lot of work there going on. Two different battles going on in the GTP class. This is very important. Huge move by Thomas to squeeze down the middle of that second hairpin through the inside. Move Bora out of the way. Bora to second place. Thomas to the race lead. And there's Albert Blanc, the 33 for Nix Esports, who is closing in on this battle as well. There's the 359. Limmy Mish behind the wheel. Diogo Cabezas just went off. That was pick up the pace in the 369 machine. But it is close at the front of the field. Top three within 2 seconds. And now Bora's got work to do to get back to the front and to get ahead of Norbert Thomas. Sergio Bora. Sergio Bora just missed the chicane. Just missed the chicane. And to give up some time. But the pressure is on because there's the 33. There is Albert Blanc. Top three within 1.5 seconds. This is absolutely wild. Albert Blanc giving hot pursuit. These top three are insane in GT3 and GTP, excuse me. Negative Delta by Bueller's, I believe, may have gotten ahead of Lorenzo Castellani. That is not the case. Actually, it is the case. It is the case. Castellani served the drive-through penalty, I do believe. Finally served that drive-through penalty for the 207 racing car. One would argue that should be a stop and hold now with how long it took for Castellani to serve that penalty. But that penalty has been served, finally. And Castellani now in second place, with pit stops coming here in about 30 minutes for GT3. Now it's all to play for, with Castellani now in tow, with some work to do. Alberto Garcia Blasco, fourth place, but it seems so distant compared to the leaders and where they're at right now on track. Another lap completed. Make this lap 62. Thomas leads the way, but there's more GT3 traffic ahead, as you can see on your screen. Pressure is on in full as Thomas now leads the way once again. Very important for him to try to hold on to this race lead if he wants to have an easy gap going into Spa in 3 weeks. Making his way through. Entering the third sector, the third and final sector of the lap. Yeah, Sertetnik kind of just pulled over and let the GTPs go through. Thomas gets around another BMW there. And Bora will do the same. It has been a frantic pace at the front of the field. It's been absolutely wild. Thomas now back where he wants to be. Bora wants it. And Albert Blanc would like to taste it. But it has been absolutely outstanding so far in this race. Shopov leads GT3 Pro. Virtual City Racing holds on to the lead in GT3 AM. Albert Blanc doing a phenomenal job. I can't say it enough. He has done a phenomenal job just staying in this range. It is so hard to do for Albert Blanc, but he's done a decent job and he's been safe about it too. Not as sketchy, not as flashy, but showing just as much pace. He has been absolutely fantastic. Blanc in third place right now for him. Pit stops are incoming here. They are not far away for the top three here. About 10 to 15 minutes away here in Magny-Cours. Expecting them to be about what, an hour 40, hour 45, the next pit window here. They got around that as a second place car of Castellani, and there is the negative delta by Bueller's machine leading the way, so that battle's closing up as well in the front of GT3 Pro. Vladislav Shopov still leads the way in GT3 Pro. Making sure we have not seen anything else in race control here, so no penalties have been applied so far. Vladislav Shopov leads the way in GT3 Pro. Castellani not far away either. And then it's a very far gap all the way to third place, Juan Manuel Frias Gomez. Likewise, we have a little bit of a battle here going on. This is mid-pack in GT3 Pro. This is Cesar Carregal, Jorge Mendez Pinheiro, and Jonathan Newman. So a handoff for two of the three cars for Enosis and overtake. Newman in the car for overtake in the 283. As you see, there's the race leaders once again all through it here. So wherever we look, trouble follows. Thomas, Bora, and Blanc all trying to get through this mid-pack battle in GT3 Pro. And you see how far line of stern everyone is right now. Albert Blanc in third place, losing some time. Carregal and Pinheiro side by side. SR Technic versus Enosis Esports, and Carregal gets the advantage, 7th place for the Ferrari. And Juan Manuel Frias Gomez, looks like he had a little bit of an off track there, but nothing serious there. Manuel Frias Gomez stays third fastest there. Carregal now leads the way in this battle for 7th place. Pinheiro and Newman all in this battle as well, and not far up the road is Jean Marty for Go Esports. So a 4-car battle for just outside the top 5 in GT3 Pro. Phenomenal stuff so far throughout this field. A crazy battle going on right now in GT3, as you're seeing on your screen. But it's also far from over. In GT3 and GTP, at the overall lead, Thomas leads over Bora. And it has been an absolutely outstanding fight so far. Thomas leads over Bora, over Blanc, over Garcia Blasco. Thomas. Again, it's Thomas and Bora that are leading the way in this battle, but because they've been battling so hard and because of this lap traffic, Albert Blanc's really been able to hold down there and just hang on to the coattails. But how long does that continue? This is a really good chance for Bora, who tries to sweep over under, and contact! Contact between Thomas and Bora. And that was almost a complete disaster. Somehow they got away with it, and they lived to fight another race. Lap 69 underway now for the race leaders, and that was scary. Almost downright terrifying. But they push on at the front of the field. Fast lap of the race belonging to Felix Gretschel for Project Dynamic Green. Bora at second place. His seconds now opened up between Thomas and Bora, with clean air now in real estate, just in time for pit stops to happen too. So if pit stops are going to happen in the next 5 laps, they need to push to make things happen. 34 already in pit lane. Zachary Livingood for Lithium Motorsports, sitting 9th place right now. Thomas stays out. We expect that most drivers will stay out, try to take advantage of the clean air at the moment. Thomas set the personal best for him, 124.22, but it's not the fast lap of the race. Fast lap of the race still belongs to Greshel, a 124.04. But the pressure is now on. Make the most of the time you have while there's very little traffic ahead of you. There's a BMW ahead, but they're going to have a chance to get clear of that with some relative space. That is the Pro BMW that they're coming up on right now. And they will catch through the hairpin. Bora's going to go through and gain a lot of time out of that too. Thomas had to check up just a little bit more than Bora did. So Bora was able to close in that gap significantly. Albert Blanc sort of just sitting and waiting, because these two have already made contact in this race. It was slight contact, but it could have been a massive issue that saw the 55 turn around backwards. Luckily, that wasn't the case, and we still have an amazing battle at the front of the field on our hands. And one with major championship implications as they run. Thomas comes in, Bora stays out. So Bora now has a chance to make the most of an overlap. We have a hydration break coming, but we're going to wait for the GTP pit stops to take place here before we go on it, because we want to see how everything shakes out here. There's a very slight advantage for Norbert Thomas. Sergio Bora stays out and takes advantage of more clean air. Very pivotal. Could be absolutely vital if Bora wants to try to get a hold of the race lead after the second round of pit stops. Driver change for the 55. Balazs Tarosi in the wheel for the 55 car now. So driver change. First one of the main GTP driver changes has taken place. Tarosi in the 55. Blanc is staying in the car. Perron is staying in the car, it looks like. We'll see. We'll double check here and make sure. Tarosi leaving pit lane now. Blanc staying in his car. Driver change for Ryder Engineering. Patrick Silvazzi in the wheel for the 76. Go Esports, a driver change as well as for Gobano Esports. Juan Comte for Go Esports and Vicente Laura for Gobano Esports Black. So most of the GTP cars are making the driver change we expected on this pit stop. Sergio Bora goes through and around one of the GT3s, staying out an extra lap. Only 2 cars have yet to come in on the lead lap in GTP. That is the 7 and the 5. Sergio Bora and Alberto Garcia Blasco. They do need to make a pit stop here in the next 5 minutes. At least we're expecting the next 3. Bora approaching traffic here, so I'm expecting that you would have to see pit stops here this lap to maximize on that time. Going around here, going through the 201. Not a bad effort so far. There's Vladislav Shopov. And overall minimal time loss here for the 7. For what could be a very important in-lap for Sergio Bora. Personal best for Garcia Blasco. 124.57. And here comes Bora. Bora's in pit lane now. There's Garcia Blasco. And we expect not far away from making a pit stop as well. Set his personal best lap. Getting around one of the Porsches at the moment. That's the 254 Porsche. Sorry, that's right, 264, excuse me. That's the Euromaster Porsche. being driven right now by Juan Manuel Gomez. Blasco comes down pit lane, so now it's all in the hands of Balazs Tarozzi to make things work. Tarozzi under pressure from Albert Blanc. Actually, no, excuse me, that's 71. That is Project Dynamic Green, who is now back in the top 10. That's Felix Greshel. Albert Blanc, 4 seconds behind, dropped a lot of time in pit lane. Tarozzi now getting warmed up and ready for the continuation of this lead fight. Driver changes for both the cars that are in pit lane right now for GTP. Alvaro Garcia for Mass Devils Red. Mark Hagel for XPD Emerald Racing. Garcia leaves pit lane now. Does Mass Devils Red, the 7 car, the 7 Cadillac, hold on to the race lead? Yes, he does. Garcia with a great position here. As Tarozzi sits second, it is a 5-second swing in favor of Mass Devils Red. Phenomenal stuff so far. But again, a lot of work to do here. Oh, in trouble! A little bit of contact between the 55 and the 71. As Greshel tries to find a way around. Greshel tried just now reeling himself back in the top 10 here for the GTP class for Project Dynamic Green. And Tarozzi wide in the second hairpin. Not a great lap for Tarozzi right now. He needs to settle down and focus. His battle is not with the 71. His battle is with the 7. And that is a gap that is closing now more and more. It was 4 seconds, now it's 3.8. The gap is closing. He needs to settle down and find his marks to get this back in. Trouble for Mark Hagel, who has had significant problems for XP Emerald Racing. That is throughout the second hairpin. Hagel once again in trouble, but trying to get back rolling in 4th place. Still a comfortable 4th position over Patrick Sovazzi in Rider Engineering. But work to do still. Alvaro Garcia leads the way for Mass Devils Red. It is a 3.7 second advantage over Balazs Tarozzi with Magic Arrow 55. 71 of Project Dynamic Green, 10th place, several laps down, but still in the fight. And what a fight it has been. Tarozzi, 2nd place, Albert Blanc in 3rd. Blanc has been closing in as well. Likewise, battle going on at the front of GT3 Pro. Castellani's gotten right back to the bumper of Vladislav Shopov for the lead in GT3. It is not so close in GT3M. Lemmy Mishk has opened up almost a second, actually over a second, I believe, if I look at that correctly, over SR Technic. So it is a lap gap between Virtual Sanity Racing and SR Technic in GT3M. Lemmy Mishk has been near faultless so far here in Magny-Cours. Castellani trying to apply pressure. We assume that driver changes are coming for GT3 on this next pit stop in the next 12 minutes. They were able to get to the 1 hour mark, so we won't expect them to make a pit stop really en masse until after they've hit the 2 hour mark here. But this is a really good battle going on right now. Castellani had the race lead, had to serve a drive-through penalty for contact earlier in the race. Lost that position to Shopov, who has been near faultless. But now Castellani applying pressure to Shopov and negative delta by Buehler's. A phenomenal battle so far. A little bit further down, it is still a battle between Jean Marty and Cesar Carregal for 6th place in GT3 Pro. Absolutely emphatic stuff, side by side to the hairpin. Castellani trying to hold on to that position. Couldn't stay it side by side with Shopov. But Shopov feeling the pressure of Castellani. If he can hold off Castellani for just a few more minutes, if we're handing it off to co-drivers here, that would be a big ordeal for both cars. Castellani still working on getting back to the race lead that he lost by a drive-through. Magic 56 has had a driver change as well, as there's a little bit of contact between Shopov and Castellani. Two in that chicane do not go. It slows both of them down, but Castellani will end up with the race lead in GT3 Pro once again. Stewards will obviously have to take a look at that. But that will be a process as Castellani retakes the lead with 9 minutes left before we get to the 2-hour mark. Two pieces of contact there in that lap, really forcing things through. Likewise, trouble for Alvaro Garcia. This is the leader in GT3. And does he get loose in the final chicane? Oh, he just disappears in the final chicane. That's what happens there. Nothing seriously wrong there. But he has lost a significant amount of time. As again, we look at Castellani in the race lead in GT3 Pro. The battle at the front of GTP has closed down to less than a second. The accordion effect is in full swing here in Magny-Cours. Race Control has issued a drive-through once again for both Magic Arrow cars. The 55 and the 56 both have drive-throughs. The 55 for contact with the 7, the 56 for contact with the 76. Drive-throughs for both Magic Arrow cars. That is huge. Colin Garrett's and Balazs Tarozzi will be furious. Both Magic Arrow cars, drive-throughs. And that will change, once again, the complexion of this race in GTP. Absolutely wild stuff. And Tarozzi, I believe, has to be aware that there is a drive-through for his team that he now has to serve. Another drive-through here for Balazs Tarozzi, who inherited it. Didn't even have it under his own decorum. Inherited that drive-through in. It has been issued, and Tarozzi about to serve it. That is a huge penalty. And that takes a little bit of pressure off of Garcia when that drive-through does take place. We're going to step aside, though. We have a few minutes till we get to the 2-hour mark. We're going to step aside for a refreshment break, our second of the race. But coverage remains non-stop here at Magny-Cours. The 6 hours continues on here on ABN Esports 1. We are back here at Magny-Cours. We have just now passed the 2-hour mark here in Magny-Cours. Albert Blanc, as we saw in the refreshment break, we didn't turn our cameras away from the battle for the race lead because Albert Blanc took the race lead for Nix Esports from Balazs Tarozzi and Alvaro Garcia. Reminder that Tarozzi still has a drive-through to serve for Magic Arrows 55. And that is mission critical at the moment as things currently run. Albert Blanc leads the way over Balazs Tarozzi and Alvaro Garcia in third place for Mass Devils Red. Mark Hagel had an early issue when he got into the car, but has held on to fourth place so far over Patrick Salvazzi from Ryder Engineering Esports so far in this race. No additional penalties here, so everything seems so far so good. Things running so far at the moment. Jean Conte for Go Esports, their GTP program, 6th place at the moment, and then it's Vicente Lara for Cabano Esports Black. Dan Berg behind the wheel now for the 18 Future Racing Team Pro. And Zachary Livingood for Lithium Motorsports in 9th place, not far behind that 18. The 71 Project Dynamic Grain staying within 9 laps of the race lead, had an issue on lap 1 and has been recovering ever since. Back up top 10 overall, has gotten ahead of the leading GT3 by a lap, so pretty well safely at that point. Mark Rosendahl behind the wheel of that car right now. Cone Garrett's in the Magic Arrow 56 and 11th place at the moment, trying to do the same so far. Two GTPs out of this race, Mass Devils Blue and IPM Gold. They are out of this race. Oh no, Mark Hagel. Did he have an issue? No, he did not have an issue. It is just a little bit of the alerts playing games with us here as we come back. So Mark Hagel leading this way on his own, really just sitting in 4th place on an island. 07 Racing and made a driver change there, just made a pit stop not too long ago, just 3 laps ago really. Fabio Ponta now behind the wheel for 07 Racing. There's Cone Garrett's not far behind. Ordinin Svetnov behind the wheel of the number 278 for Neda Delta Bagulosa. Both the leading cars in GT3 Pro have made their first driver change. Svetnov trying to make some magic happen, but it's a massive gap, 10 seconds the gap, all the way to Fabio Ponta, who has a lot of wiggle room now to play in that battle. Juan Parada Kamara Sr. for Euromaster Esports sitting in the 3rd position in GT3 Pro. Then it's Gerard Sardani Jr. for Carbano Esports JD Army. Andres Kuzma for Really Slow Motion Racing in 5th. And then we have a little bit of a break because there's Lemmy Mishk behind the wheel of Virtual Insanity Racing, leading the GT3 AM class by over a lap. Doing a phenomenal job at the moment. Sitting 6th overall in GT3 as a whole. David Martin 6th in GT3 Pro, not far behind, but sitting in the 288 for Go Esports. Miguel Santos has not yet made a driver change for Enos Esports. One of the last drivers still in their car from the start. We're expecting him to go another hour and then make a single driver change for that car. Luis Moreno behind the wheel of G13 now for SR Technic. Then it's Kiko Alves for AZO Motorsport. Their black BMW sitting 9th in GT3 Pro. David Gutierrez sitting top 10 for Sim Racing Concept. That Ferrari in the top 10. And then you see a cluster of GT3 AM cars in this field. Manuel Cruz for SR Technic's AM car sitting 2nd in AM. Diogo Cabezas for Pick Up the Pace in 3rd place in AM. Then Fleming Jensen for Future Racing Team's GT3 AM program in 4th place. 5th place is David Mato for Cabano Esports. Fran Vanal for Karuma Motorsport. That team has had no luck at all so far in this race, 2 hours in. And then Ruben Carapato for AZO Motorsport White sitting 6th overall there. Beginning to run out of cars here. We started with 34. We're down to, I believe, 28. We'll have to double check to make sure that Jonathan Newman is out of this race. It looks like he is out of this race. As a car enters pit lane, it is Diogo Cabezas. Cabezas in pit lane to pick up the pace. Is this the driver change for Cabezas? Double checking here. Is he staying in the car for another hour? Looks like it. Potentially. No, it will not be. Luciano Gomez behind the wheel now. So they do make a driver change a little bit delayed in that. But Gomez behind the wheel now to take over the 369 in 4th place in GT3M. Terozzi leads the way once more. NGTP. It has been a wild fight at the top of the board. Terozzi leads the way in GT3 and GTP at the moment. It's a 3-second gap right now, all the way to Garcia. But it is a tight battle right now. Garcia in 2nd place, but it's Terozzi once again in the lead. Doing a phenomenal job so far of continuing where Norbert Thomas left off. Fight continues here into the 3rd hour. Terozzi leads the way still in a pretty healthy margin. Almost 4 seconds. That gap continues to open as Garcia holds on to 2nd place. Again, that 55 for Magic Arrow has done a phenomenal job so far. They're trying to make it as easy as possible when they get to Spa in 3 weeks' time. Magico 55 entered with a significant advantage. But it is a fight that is still ongoing. Magico ended up entering this race with 82 points. Mass Devils Red was 15 points behind. Mass Devils Blue was 19 points behind. Mass Devils Blue is out of this race, so they're going to drop like a stone after this race. So that will not give them any incentive there. But for Garcia, he needs to try to find a way to minimize the loss that's going to be coming from this right now. Because right now as it stands, if things continue, all the pressure is put on that 7 car to perform at Spa. And that is going to be a long race where a lot of things can happen. See in second half, and then managed his way through traffic here. And again, the gap is now opening pretty significantly. Garcia just not showing the confidence that Sergio Bora did earlier. And it shows. Tarozzi doing a fantastic job just opening that gap wide open. 6.7 seconds now, the gap. It is pressure off right now for Tarozzi at the front of the field. A little bit further down, this spot for second place in GT3 Pro. Ordanin Svetanov and Fran Parada Kamara Sr. battling for the second spot. They are well adrift of Fabio Ponta, almost 19 seconds adrift of Fabio Ponta. As things sit right now, he was trying to open up a gap wide open. It was 10 points entering this race. 07 Racing would love to defend that crown. GT3's nose to tail. It is negative Delta by Buellers and Euromaster Esport in this battle for second place. And not far away, if either of these two completely slip up as they go through turn 3 side by side, Gerard Sardani for Carbono. Not far away. Still side by side. Entering the heavy braking zone of the first chicane, or the first hairpin, excuse me. And it will be in the favor of Fran Parada. Euromaster Esport, it's up to P2. Do they make the charge towards the front of the field? That is a very critical move for Euromaster. Euromaster into this race third in points. Just 13 points behind 07 Racing, so they could do with a significant gain here. But they've got to chase down that 07 Racing machine. Badly. And that chase has got to begin at some point soon. The gap is almost 20 seconds between first and second place in GT3 Pro. Racing currently going on here, watching second place as Parada has opened up a 2.5 second gap instantly. It has been a wild time in GT3 Pro, but despite Parada pulling away from Svetlanov, still hasn't really closed in on Fabio Ponta at all. Closest battle at the moment on track is right here. Battle for second and third in GTP. This is the overall battle for the podium. This is between Garcia and Blanc. Blanc going at least one more run. Before making a driver change. Garcia already having made a driver change. And there is a little bit of urgency here. Gap is 9 seconds to the race leader. But between these two, bound for second and third, less than half a second. Albert Blanc applying pressure. Garcia now opening up the pressure here. Albert Blanc's trying to apply all that pressure, closing into braking here. Very tight knit in this battle for second place. Again, the closest battle on track at the moment. Albert Blanc still applying pressure. Another battle coming up here between David Martin and Miguel Santos. Battle for seventh here. Excuse me, battle for sixth between Miguel Santos and David Martin. David Martin in the sixth position, just ahead for Go Esports. Gnosis Esports sitting in seventh. Working hard so far to make things happen. And both these drivers are behind the M-Class leader of Lumi Misch. A little bit of contact there between the two Ferraris as they go through the first chicane. And there is the race leader in GT3 Pro. That's Fabio Ponta behind GT3 Pro, about to lap these two. Side by side, Santos goes through on Martin. Martin over under sweeps through. And they stay side by side. Up the hill they go. Really good stuff so far between these two, side by side still. Neither want to give an inch. And Santos ends up coming away with the position. Meanwhile, Garcia under pressure from Albert Blanc, entering the first hairpin. And Albert Blanc goes for it. Nix Esports battling for second place. Still side by side. Couldn't hold on to that position. But the pressure firmly on the 7 of Garcia. Albert Blanc still applying pressure here. He is the only driver still on track in GTP that was on track at the start of the race. Everyone else has made driver changes in this race except for him. So fatigue's got to be setting in at some point for Albert Blanc. But he is still giving hot pursuit to Alvaro Garcia. Garcia in the 7. Trying to get away. A little bit more gap this time entering the first hairpin, so not as likely that you're going to see a send like what we saw last lap. Pressure's still on here. Still very intense. Likewise, still a lot of intense battling going on here a little bit further down. This is Silvazzi getting up to the back of Hagel. Silvazzi for Rider Engineering. That team's had a very rough season. Have not yet scored a point in this campaign. Looking for some points here. Desperately. Very, very, very desperately. Silvazzi trying to chase down Hagel. Cone Garrett's is in pit lane here. There's the 56. Making a trip down pit lane. And this is about in the window. This is not far off the window from the next round of pit stops there for GTP. Tarazzi leads the way over Garcia, Blanc, and Hagel. But pit stops are not far away. Garrett's being the first indicator of that. Pit stops are about every 50 minutes in GTP. So, this is on par. Tarazzi leads the way here by 8 seconds. The gap has come down just a fraction here in this battle for second place that is now opened up once again between Garcia and Blanc. Gap is now 1.7 seconds in favor of Garcia right now. But again, pit stops are incoming. The amount of penalties that have come out of this race so far have also cooled down a little bit. Garcia still staying in the second position. Brandon Groach is in pit lane. So pit stop's beginning to once again take earnest here. Tarosi still leads the way. But when does he make a pit stop here? He'll make a pit stop right now on the button. Goes Tarosi. How about Garcia and Blanc? Do they come in? They do not. They stay out. And it is lap traffic that is helping our Blanc catch back up. Garcia leads the way now. Albert Blanc not far behind. Another penalty issued. That was actually about 10 minutes ago. That's a 220 A0 Motorsports car that was issued a drive-through. Albert Blanc right now chasing down Alvaro Garcia. Pit stop's coming in. We expect Blanc will maybe hand the car over here on this pit stop. We'll see. Jean Comte comes in pit lane. So will Albert Blanc. Garcia now with clean space, clean real estate, and no pressure. He'll stay out once more. Garcia continues to lead the way. Blanc in pit lane. Tarosi will re-inherit the race lead here momentarily once pit stops do take place. Tarosi in sector 3 now. Pretty clear real estate for the 55 crew. So Tarosi expecting to re-inherit the lead here whenever Garcia comes down pit lane, but it is an almost minute gap. Savazzi in pit lane as well as Vicente Lara, that is Rider Engineering and Carbano Esports. Drive-through penalty being issued. Just coming through the grapevine. Once again for the 201. Oh no, Fabio Ponta. Another drive-through for the 201. Absolutely wild. Garcia, to his credit, opening up a gap here over Balazs Tarosi. As he comes down pit lane, open up a minute gap. Is that going to be enough? We're going to find out. But for Fabio Ponta, it's another drive-through being issued for contact, I believe, if I read that correctly, is with the 278. A drive-through penalty for Fabio Ponto will once again put this on its head. Garcia in pit lane. Tarozzi through the final chicane now. So Tarozzi will re-inherit the race lead, but not by much. Here comes Garcia. What does the gap look like? The gap was almost 9 seconds before. It is less than 4 seconds now. So that overcut was extremely effective. Extremely effective. So Garcia in second place, once again 4 seconds now, closed the gap down by more than half, and extended that gap over Albert Blanc, who just kind of maintained that 9-second gap to Tarozzi. Only 3 cars really on this lead battle's pace. But it's all very impressive here. Alberto Garcia Blasco, 4th place, almost a lap down, but staying on the lead lap at the moment. And Salvasi, somehow, that Ryder Engineering car on the lead lap still. That car has been through the woodworks here. What a wild fight we've had so far. Magico 55 leads the way. 5th place is Silvassi, center of your screen, trying to chase down the 5 of Garcia Blasco. Jean Comte, the first GTP, a lap down. Sort of perusing through the field at this point. Vicente Lara for Carbono Esports Black, the leading Acura, the only Acura still going in this race. Dan Berg behind the wheel of Future Racing Team Pro. Then you have Brandon Groch for Lithium Motorsports back behind the wheel there. I've been exchanging with Zachary Livingood in that number 34. Mark Rosendahl in the 71 for Priority Dynamic Green, sitting 10th place at the moment. Still 9 laps down, but work to do. And then Colin Garrett's sitting 11 laps down at the moment in the 11th position, but ahead of all the GT3 pros on track in the overall standings. Fabio Ponto with a drive-through penalty to serve still leads the way, but will lose that lead to Fran Parada Camara Sr. for Euromaster Esports. And the top 3 all very interesting here. Really top 4 in GT3 Pro are all very interesting as they try to close that gap in before the 12 hours of Spa. Over further down, Jordanian and Svetanov for Native Delta by Bueller's, sitting down in 4th position. Andres Kizma for Really Slow Motion Racing, top 5 in Pro. And then Lemmy Mishk, driver who has done so much in that 359 car in GT3 AM, continues to do wonders. 6th in GT3 overall, leading GT3 AM, and a phenomenal job there. As there was a battle here at one point between David Martin, Miguel Santos, and Luis Moreno. That gap has sort of expanded a little bit. There's Luis Moreno for SR Technic and Miguel Santos a little bit further down for Enosis Esports. David Gutierrez for Sim Racing Concept And then Kiko Alves rounded out the top 10 for GT3 Pro. 28 cars still going here in Magny-Cours from the 34 that took the green flag. And it is a scramble. A lot of cars trying to make some inroads here. Most of them not on the same lap here. Albert Blanc, third place. As things currently stand, Magic Arrow would need to have something tremendously terrible happen here in order for this championship to be blown wide open for Spa. Tirosi's opened up a 6.7 second gap. Now it's over 7 seconds. As Garcia is stuck in lap traffic. That would be why that time immediately shot up. Garcia losing time once again to Tirosi. And the gap once again, now it's back to 9 seconds. Lap traffic has become the Achilles heel for the 7 car. It was what the 7 car were relied on when Sergio Bora was in the wheel. But now with Garcia behind the wheel, it has been an absolute curse. Garcia needing to find a way to close in the gap. Again, you'd have to imagine that Garcia will end up handing the car back off to Sergio Bora in the last 2 hours of this race. But we also have to imagine that Tirosi would be handing the car back off to Norbert Thomas in this race. And those two drivers are very well equal in terms of their pace here at Magny-Cours. So it's a very interesting dilemma. The difference has been this middle 2 hour block. Garcia continues to lead the way over Albert Blanc, though. However, it seems like it might be short-lived. Albert Blanc, once again, handling lap traffic a lot better. We'll see what Garcia can do. We're right on board with Albert Blanc, though. See if he can show us how to make a pass happen here at Magny-Cours. It is a very narrow track. Right on board with the number 33 for Nix Esports. It's a close battle here still. You see the car in front. That is Alvaro Garcia. That is the main target for Albert Blanc as things currently stand. The pressure is on to get this pass completed and to start trying to pull away and possibly close in on Tirosi for Magic Arrow 55. Blanc looks, can't make the pass happen. I'll have to wait again. What a fight it's been throughout the top 3 overall in this class. Blanc, third place. Once again, trying to chase down through the lap traffic in the last sector here. And this will really hold up that 33 car. Whoa, and a little bit of contact. Oh, that was not a pleasant experience for the 33 if I were Blanc. Almost a complete disaster there. And it still could be disastrous. That is not what you want to see if you're Albert Blanc or Nix Esports at the moment. That contact was not needed, and that could have been some serious damage to that 33 car. Press forward. Blanc trying to keep an eye and trying to keep in range of Alvaro Garcia. Again, easier said than done when you have so many moving parts here at a track that is notoriously difficult. But that is the stanza we are in. And it is an interesting little overlapping period right now, because there will be a point in time where GT3s and GTPs will end up pitting together on the same cycle, and that will make pit lane chaotic. Again, for those unfamiliar with the pit lane and the pit strategy right now, GTPs are pitting about every 50 minutes right now. GT3s are making it every hour. He's closed back in on that gap pretty nicely on Garcia. But this is not the only battle. This is the closest battle, and this is a really good chance for a pass. This is a really, really good chance for a pass. Going into the hairpin. Really good chance. Really good chance. Does he make a look for it? He does make a look for it. He's going to take a send. Just to cover off that inside lane. A little bit of contact between the two cars. But once again, the 7 holds on. But that was a really good attempt by Albert Blanc. Closest battle on track, and it's not even close. Around the outside, they have to go around GT3 traffic. And it's slowing up the 7 more than it is the 33. He's not really opened up much of a gap compared to what he was before, because he's also going through lap traffic, and they're going to sit at 3 wide. 3 wide, and Blanc takes second place on that move. Goodness. What a pass. Albert Blanc, they made it through cleanly, and he takes second place from Alvaro Garcia. Nix Esports back up to second place, and now he's going to try to set sail, but there's lap traffic in front of him right now. That will make his life a little more difficult. SR Technic makes it easy. Go Esports makes it a little bit easier through turn 3. Now the chase is on for Garcia to try to get back that position. Over a second gained in 1 lap for Albert Blanc over Alvaro Garcia. Wild, wild stuff. Mass Devils sitting third at the moment. They need just a little bit more. What a fight it has been so far. We have another refreshment break coming in about 7 minutes. Once we get past the top of the hour. What a fight it has been. And there's still so much fighting to do. Garcia trying to close in on Blanc. It is a fight tooth and nail right now. Double checking here. No new drive-throughs here. Garcia trying to catch up to Albert Blanc. This gap stabilized at about a second. We'll pivot on down the order then at this battle between Luis Mourinho and Miguel Santos. This is for 7th in GT3 Pro. On both the battle boxes, you can kind of understand and see what's going on here. Battle for 7th in class between Santos and Mourinho. It's been a good battle so far. Santos holds on to 7th position as the gap opens up a little bit more once again. Right now, the focus right now will be on GT3s when they do eventually make that pit stop. Fabio Ponto still not made a drive-through that was assigned earlier in this race. And we're not entirely sure as to why. Fabio Ponta leads the way in GT3 Pro. Lemmy Mishk still leading in GT3 AM as things currently run. It's a good race so far. As we approach the 3-hour mark, pit stops will be beginning here shortly for the GT3 cars. We should be expecting GT P-class cars to pit in the next 25 minutes. But there will be a point later in this race where both classes will be pitting at the same time, and that will be a very interesting sort of issue. Misk driving up through the second chicane there. Again, Misk has had a very easy run here. Over a lap ahead of the 318 and the 357. But all 6 GT3 AM cars are still running at the moment as we approach the halfway point. So, not a bad effort so far from the GT3 AM cars to just stick in with it and keep it going. Battle still raging on between Go Esports and David Martin and Miguel Santos with Enosis Esports. Came through here. No new ponies so far in this race. Again, David Martin, Miguel Santos battling out here as we cross the 3-hour mark here momentarily. It's been hectic, it's been hairy, it's been pretty downright scary. But what a phenomenal job these drivers have done since the first hour to keep things pointed pretty well straight here. They've crossed the 3-hour mark. Laz Tarosi leads the way. And he has done an outstanding job in that effort. We're past the halfway point here. Pit stops set to begin shortly in GT3. We're going to take a second and take a refreshment break here. 2 more until the end of the race here. But non-stop coverage continues here on ABN Esports 1. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. We are back. Non-stop coverage of the 6 hours of Magny-Cours continues here on ABN Esports 1. I'm Carmen, Sienna. Thank you all for tuning in and spending your Saturday with us here around the world for the Platinum Endurance Championships penultimate round. Sights and sounds here in Magny-Cours, they are so sweet. With over 30 cars here on track. Glad you're with us here. Sights and sounds here in Magny-Cours. Here's Balazs Tarozzi leading the way, leading overall from Magic Arrow in the 55 car. Albert Blanc for Nix Esports sits in second place. Alvaro Garcia in third for Mass Devils Red. Then it's Alberto Garcia Blasco, fourth place for XPD MRL Racing. Patrick Silvazzi for Rider Engineering Esports. Can this team finally score points after an abysmal opening stanza to the fourth season? Sean Comte for Go Esports in their GTP program, sitting sixth. Vicente Lara for Carbano Esports Black, the only non-Cadillac GTP left in this field. Dan Berg in the 18, sitting 8th place for Future Racing Team Pro. Then it's Brandon Grouch for Lithium Motorsports. Mark Rosendahl for Project Dynamic Green. Then Cone Garrett's top 10, 11th place, excuse me, for Magic Arrow 56. In GT3, leading GT3, it's Fabio Ponta. Then it's Fran Parada Camara Sr., Gerard Sardani Jr. Then it's Vladislav Shopov, top 4. Lemmy Mishk leads GT3 AM. He is 5th overall in GT3, doing a phenomenal job for Virtual Insanity Racing. Peter Balassa, 5th place in GT3 Pro. Then it's Cesar Carregal for Enosis Esports in 6th place. Jorge Mendez Pinheiro for SR Technics in 7th. David Martin for Go Esports in 8th. David Gutierrez a little further down the order in 9th for Sim Racing Concept. Then you have Kiko Alves for AZR Motorsports, top 10 in GT3 Pro. Luciano Gomez in pit lane, pick up the pace. They were 2nd place in GT3M, and that's a driver change for Gonzalo Paixo. Pick up the pace. They've got their driver to finish this race. Fleming Jensen goes 2nd place, but pit stops are coming here soon for the Future Racing Team Pro. Future Racing Team GT3 AM car, I should say. Aurelio Cañero, the Iberian driver, up to 3rd place for Esotenix GT3 AM machine. Jose Polito for Carbano Esports, 5th place. Fran Vinal, still rolling. 11th place for Karuma Motorsport. Ruben Carapato for Asia Motorsport White, the last car running, 28th overall, 6th in GT3 AM. That's a full rundown of where everyone's at so far after the halfway point. Albert Blanc on an island, trying to make some inroads happen, is slowly chipped away and chiseled at that lead by Balazs Tarozzi. But pit stops are incoming in the next 10 minutes for the GTP class. It is all very, very important now. We're entering this position where the money stops matter. Albert Blanc, 2nd place at the moment. Race control has come in, and it is a GTP on GTP incident that has resulted in a drive-through by the 18. Future Racing Team Pro. So Dan Berg with a drive-through. Not a great move. Berg could drive through from 8th place. That is going to be detrimental because there is Lithium Motorsports with Brandon Grouch. So this directly influences that battle. And if I'm not mistaken, that 34 is who reported the incident. No, it's 23, excuse me. 23, not the 34. So it was the Go Esports car. Not the Lithium Motorsports car. Not the same car there. So Brandon Grouch will be a benefactor of that with Dan Berg having to serve a drive-through penalty here. Huge issue there, Dan Berg. In a race that has not been right for that team from start to finish so far. It continues to get worse. $28 cars still running so far. As we sort of give you a look as to where everything is at here, we'll hide that a little bit so you can see where everyone's at. I'm gonna show all 28 cars here for a moment so you can just have an idea as to where everyone's at here all at the same time. This is where everyone's at right now. Again, we've got still over 2 hours and 40 minutes left in this race. For those wondering where everyone's at right now, there's your answer. And a fast slap came through by the 55 crew. Well, here's where everyone's at so far. As you pull the timer right back up, so you can see where everyone's at. Dan Berg still just waiting to see if he has to serve a drive-through or not. I'm assuming they're protesting that drive-through right now. Looks like pit stop's coming in very shortly. Dan Berg's gonna be one of those making a pit stop, and there will be a driver change for that pit stop. Back to Nick Baggerman. Blanc expecting to go long here. Alvaro Garcia went the longest of anybody, but has fallen off significantly in this battle, as the gaps have spread out here to about 11 seconds each in the top three. It has been a very, very different second half of the race with how everything has turned out here so far. Blanc second place, but it's been very straightforward for Balazs Tarozzi, who comes in now. Tarozzi in pit lane. Once again on cue when we move our camera over to him. Albert Blanc, we expect, will hold on for another lap, and indeed he does, so he'll re-inherit the race lead here, and then Garcia will probably go the longest. Alvaro Garcia. We'll move to second place here. Alberto Garcia Blasco for XPD and Morale Racing in fourth. Not expected to get the position from Norbert Thomas, who does take back over that number 55 machine. And that was a short middle stanza. But Thomas back in the car. That's a big ordeal with over 2.5 hours left in this race. Norbert Thomas sitting in third place at the moment. Albert Blanc expecting to make a pit stop here shortly, but actually going an extra lap longer. Did not do what he thought he was going to do here. Went an extra lap longer than what he did before. Alvaro Garcia still staying in second place, having to wait for Blanc to come in. Blanc does eventually make it down to pit lane, so Garcia will take the race lead over here. But definitely interesting how things have kind of been thrown off here in this pit cycle. And if I'm not mistaken, the next pit cycle should see both GT3 and GTP pit together here. Garcia in the race lead, Thomas in second, Anthony Ning for Nixie Esports sitting in the third position now. Not a bad effort so far for Nixie Esports. Back to position here. Anthony Ning opened the car up for opened the car up for the race, I should say. So really interesting how this has turned out. Anthony Ning sitting in third place. Garcia Blasco and Gianni Perrone getting back in their cars. Perrone for Ryder Engineering in fifth place. Vicente Lara, sixth place, still waiting for a pit stop for the 11 car for Cabano Esports. Likewise, waiting for Alvaro Garcia to make a pit stop as well. We are firmly in the nighttime conditions here in Magny-Cours. Garcia working his way through some of the traffic here. Does he make a pit stop this lap? The answer to that question is yes. Garcia's in. So Garcia will come out of the car. Sergio Bora does get back in at the 3 hour 30 mark on the dot. There's Thomas. Round the final corner. This will be very interesting seeing these two back on track. These two left it all on the line before, and Thomas now has a larger advantage than what he had when he left the car. Norbert Thomas back to the race lead. Anthony Ning ends up second place there, so he's in the best position he's been in. And Sergio Bora has it all to play for as arguably one of the fastest drivers on the track now. But again, it is all to play for here. Brandon Groch still on track as well in the 34 for Lithium Motorsports. So Brandon Grouch sitting in the 9th position at the moment. Top 11, all GT3 cars, excuse me. They are all back together and firmly ahead of the GT3 class cars at the moment, but you see that the sun is completely set here at Magny-Cours. We're right on board with Grouch, who is in this tight battle with Nick Baggerman. You see how much there is very little light here on track. It is all up for grabs at the moment. Brandon Grouch, again, 7th place for him. Should be 8th place. This is should be 8th place, but that's because there's a car in pit lane at the moment, kind of throwing things off. But Grouch is 8th place. Baggerman is in 7th. And over Sergio Bora. He's got some clean real estate now, but he's got a lot to chase down here. Here as we sort of browse and peruse here, Bora still in 3rd place, but the gap is beginning to close in to the 2nd place, Anthony Ning. Sergio Bora still trying to give down chase here, and it is a huge battle at this point. 21 seconds is the gap between Bora and Thomas. Sergio Bora again trying to close in that gap. Brandon Grouch likewise trying to close in and get around Nick Baggerman. Closest battles so far have been in GTP. It has not changed significantly as Mark Rosendahl comes in for Project Dynamic Green. Trying to chase down Nick Baggerman here, and it is such a hard fight. Through turn 3, out wide. This is against, that is the class leader in GT3 Pro, Fabio Ponta, who has not yet come down pit lane, will not need to for another 23 minutes. As things currently run, this is the closest battle going on track right now between Grouch and Baggerman. Just now realize that our overlay kind of messed up here because it's saying that the Carbono Esports GTP, that is not correct. That is Juanjo Gregera in that car right now, and he is not an M-Class car. In the slightest. So give us a second to fix that, because Gregera is definitely not. He is in the GTP car at the moment. So pull the overlay back here in a second. Alright, let's see if we can pull out the overlay here. Yeah, Gregera's in GTP. He's driving the 11. He's in our center screen right now. Just not sure why he was listed as being in GT3 AM. I think it's because he floats around all the cars in the class. But there you go. It's fixed. Cool. So Juanjo Gregera sitting in the 7th position in between Sergio Sanchez Cachefero and Nick Baggerman. What has happened to Brandon Grouch? There's Brandon Grouch a little bit further away here. Let's see. Let's look through the field here. This is an awkward phase that we're in with this race right now, and it's so hard to put this together. Looking throughout the field here, we're watching Brandon Grouch for Lithium Motorsports. Gianni Peroni back in pit lane. Is this a scheduled pit stop? I'm not sure if it is or not. I don't think this is for Peroni. 57-second stop. No, this is not a scheduled stop. This is well from a standard a scheduled stop, and here's why. For Peroni, do we get a look at it? Doesn't look like we get much of an idea from it. Looks like we see the aftermath of it, though. Peroni ended up having an incident and ended up just having to tow back to pit lane. So that's why Peroni is in pit lane at the moment. So that's going to be a likely really big setback for Ryder Engineering in this race. Thomas continues to lead the way. You saw him in your screen. There's Anthony Ning for Nix Esports. Then Sergio Bora not far behind. 1.2 the gap. The issue is that that gap is still steady. Sergio Bora trying to chase down and get around Anthony Ning. That's going to be very, very vital. Another drive-through. It is the 18 in trouble once again. Nick Baggerman again in trouble. Number 18 Future Racing Team, the pro car for that team. Another drive-through. Right now we got Nick Baggerman. Still waiting to see if, because they appealed the last drive-through that they had, and that was about half an hour ago. So to be slapped with another one is going to be a big hurt to Nick Baggerman at the moment. Not serving it this time, but that team's all but lost it at this point. Norbert Thomas continues to lead the way at the moment, sitting at the front of the field by 18 seconds. Anthony Ning closing in slowly. The pressure is now reached the Nix Esports driver as Sergio Boris closed in. That is the next battle I think a lot of people need to be keeping an eye on right now, is this battle for second place in GTP. Sergio Bora is on a mission, and that is to close the gap down to Norbert Thomas and battle for the race lead. Sergio Bora falling back to about a second. Bora trying to chase down Ning. That's the frustrating part about this track. Is trying to find the ability to make passes happen, and especially in the dark. That gets so much more difficult. We're going to ride on board with Bora. This is through the cockpit. This is what the driver's seeing. And it is hard. A little bit slower there for Ning over Bora. Does Bora send it into the hairpin? Yes, she does, and he gets it through, but Ning with the over-under. And makes it stick. Great stuff there from Sergio Bora. That is outstanding. Absolutely amazing stuff there in this battle. Sergio Bora once again has to wait again. Send it in deep from pretty far back, too. And almost made it stick. Again, the imperative is on the 7 car, on Sergio Bora. Right now, Norbert Thomas, he's got as stress-free of a race as he can have here at Magny-Cours. It's on Sergio Bora to not only get clear of Anthony Ning, but to begin clawing in that 22-second gap. Sergio Bora. Again, trying to chase down Anthony Ning. This is the closest battle on track at the moment. Sort of just browsing and perusing through. It's hard to find a whole bunch of stuff going on now. Or we can highlight that is closer and more important than this battle right now for Sergio Bora. Less than a second. 6/10. Running on board with Bora now. Ning just in front in this battle for the podium places right now as things currently stand. Once we get to the 4-hour mark, we'll do another run to the field and show you where everyone's at the moment. We're just keeping an eye on this battle at the moment because this is very imperative in the championship battle as things currently run in GTP. It is imperative that Bora not only gets around Anthony Ning, but starts to close in that gap to Norbert Thomas. Bora continues to chase down Ning, who's frustrating him now because of where this is at. Bora continues to chase down Anthony Ning, but there's nothing he can do. Anthony Ning is beginning to put up a really big fight. So Bora, again, within 7/10 of Anthony Ning. And it's so difficult at this range. You need just a little bit more luck and a little bit more help by traffic. And they're not going to get a lot of that right now. See that singular car in the way. Does that give any reprieve? It does not. Bora is well and truly stuck. Ning in second place, Bora in third. We'll pivot down here a little bit. We'll pivot down to this battle for second place in GT3 AM in the process. It's between Carnero and Jensen. This is Future Racing Team and SR Technic in this battle for third. Everyone tuning in, appreciate everyone showing up with a couple hours left in this race. We're coming to the 4-hour mark here in Magny-Cours. We got a couple more refreshment breaks. We're going to take one of the hydration breaks now as we cross over into the final third of this race. After we come back from our hydration break, we'll go through the field. The 28 cars still left in this race after 4 hours of racing with 2 hours left to go here in France. Non-stop coverage of the 6 hours of Magny-Cours continues here on ABN Esports 1. Thank you all so much. We'll be right back here in a few minutes. We are back after the 4-hour mark, and we're back with a couple more drive-thrus to discuss here with less than 2 hours left to go. 3 drive-thrus, one for the 220 A0 Motorsports machine, one for the 55. The 55 Magic Arrow machine has got a drive-thru penalty, and the 71 Project Dynamic Green. So the 55 of Norbert Thomas has a drive-through penalty. That's a big deal. Thomas leads, but it is far, far from sorted. Sergio Bora finally got around Anthony Ning. But it has been a wild fight. So this is going to get interesting here with Thomas having a drive-through penalty to serve. Guillermo Costa Reyes is having trouble there with the BMW machine. He's been off track a couple times. There he is right now, still rolling. 10th place in GT3 Pro. Trying to keep that on the point and narrow straightaway there. Norbert Thomas leads the way, though, overall, but that gap beginning to shrink now that Bora has gotten ahead of Ning and in second place. This is a wide open fight now. So Bora in second place, going to try to close in a gap with the assistance of a drive-through penalty by the 55 car. Once again, this race pretty well wide open now. It's a lot of self-inflicted wounds that's keeping this race wide open at the moment. But we have a race on our hands. Bora now has to push, push, push. Sergio Bora. Trying to find a way through some of this traffic here. Riding on board with the number 7. This is around the native Delta by Bueller's machine, Vladislav Shopov, who's gotten back in the car. So the pressure's on. So Thomas and Bora lead the way. Anthony Ning not far behind, but 3 seconds is the gap now to 3rd place. Alberto Garcia Blasco is in 4th for Expedi Emerald Racing. Then you have Sergio Sanchez Cachaferro once again in the car for Go Esports in 5th. Guangzhou Guiguera for Gabano Esports sitting in the 6th position at the moment. Nick Baggerman in 7th for Future Racing Team Pro. Then you have Zachary Livingood back in the car, the American driver for Lithium Motorsports. Mark Rosendahl for Project Dynamic Green in 9th position. Then you have Albert Closa Marquez, who's getting in the car, the 56 machine for Magic Arrow, top 10. Lorenzo Castellani opened the race up for 07 Racing. Looks like is set to finish this race for 07 Racing. Hiago Martins for Euromaster Esports sitting 2nd in GT3 Pro. Then it's Alberto Moreno for Gabano Esports JD Army. Then Vladislav Shopov in native Delta Babulers 4th place. Lemmy Mishk in the lead of GT3. AM leads by a healthy 2-lap margin, 5th place overall in GT3. Miguel Santos, 5th in GT3 Pro. Enosis Esports in that position. Really Slow Motion Racing has Andres Kuzma behind the wheel in 6th place at the moment. Larissa Mourinho for SR Technic 7th. Then it's Dron Marti in this battle for 7th place right now, sitting in the 8th position. It's Ferrari versus BMW in this fight. Let's see if we can get through the rest of the field here. We got a few more cars to get through before we get finished with this run down here. We'll see if Marti can make anything happen. Looks like that Ferrari's got the pace over the BMW right now as things are currently running. Marti still trying to get past that position. That's 7th that he's battling for right now between Marti and Mourinho. This is Go Esports and SR Technic at the moment as things currently run. Maybe safe enough to pivot away and finish up our run down here real quick. Rafael Carballedo, I should say, for Sim Racing Concepts in the 10th position. Behind Guillermo Costa Reyes. 2nd in GT3 AM is Gonzalo Paixo for Pick Up the Pace. Manuel Cruz for SR Technic in GT3 AM, 3rd place for them. Sebastian Peterson from Future Racing Team AM in 4th place. And then we have David Mato in 5th. Nuno Tavares Barbosa in the 6th position rounds out the field. A couple more cars out of this race, though. We have Antonio Ordieres, I believe, is out of this race. We'll have to double check there. No, he is not out of this race. He is just on his own on an island at the moment, but crossing the line there, he is 11th place in GT3 Pro. And then Gianni Peroni in the pit lane for 35 minutes. That race effectively over. Once again for Ryder Engineering. They once again cannot catch a break here. Jean Marti, with the help of GTP Traffic, has gotten around Luis Mourinho for 7th place. So that battle has been resolved. And Norbert Thomas, I have to double check here. I don't know. Thomas, I think, has actually served his drive-through here, because he is now down to 3rd place. So Thomas in 3rd place at the moment. Now has it all to play for once more. Thomas. Suffered a lot there. Anthony Ning in pit lane. Pit stops underway. Here we go. Ning in pit lane. Sergio Bora. And actually, the more I think about it, the more it looks like that Thomas just took a regular pit stop there. Because Sergio Bora is in the race lead, but not through his own volition. Thomas just took a pit stop. A very interesting battles going on here. In the final 2 hours of this race, Bora in the race lead. Thomas, very interesting. There's not been any indication that the drive-thru's been served. Bora in pit lane now, so Thomas should re-inherit the race lead unless that drive-through comes through. Again, we know the drive-through was issued. We don't know if it's been served. That is the big question here. So Thomas provisionally retakes the race lead. Bora comes out of pit lane now. Joe Bora second place. The gap is 15 seconds. That is the gap that Bora needs to close in the next hour and a half. You'd imagine it'd be doable. 15 seconds doesn't sound like that much until you realize that everyone's going at a similar pace, and Thomas and Bora, top two drivers in the field right now, are arguably the most equal drivers on the field right now. And that makes life very, very, very difficult. Bora has thoroughly dispatched Anthony Ning, Nick's Esports driver, now down 22 seconds on Bora, and well out of the way of the conversation now in this battle. Bora trying to make some inroads here. Looks like 4 cars on the lead lap in GT3, or GTP, I should say, in the race lead. Roberto Garcia Blasco not far ahead, trying to stay on the lead lap here a little bit more. A very quiet race for XBD Emerald Racing as they sit in 4th place at the moment, as Mark Rosendahl comes down pit lane for Project Dynamic Green. So, news coming through the grapevine that the 7 of Sergio Bora now has a drive-through penalty. This is going to be very interesting, because the 55 and the 7 now both have drive-through penalties to serve. The 55's has had an outstanding penalty to serve for a while now, but has not served it. And the 7 just received a drive-through penalty. So this has turned into a little bit of a disaster here. Again, the 55's had an outstanding penalty that he hasn't served yet, and it's supposed to be a drive-through. And then you have Sergio Bora, who just got one. So this is going to make things very interesting here over the next 87 minutes. Norbert Thomas playing a couple of the GT3 cars here. The gap is coming down between Thomas and Bora. It's 16 seconds, but both of them, again, have drive-thrus they need to serve. So this is a very interesting and precarious situation to be in at this point. Bora stays in second place at the moment as things currently run. The gap is down at 16.5 seconds. But the pressure is on. Bora having to go through lap traffic, did not have a great time that time through, and ended up losing time from it. Anthony Ning for Nix Esports sitting firmly in third. I think comfortably in third at this point. 40 seconds clear of Alberto Garcia Blasco. What a chance at a podium he's got right now. Really good job for that team. Just keep it clean and simple. Anthony Ning sitting in third. It's Thomas now in lap traffic on his own. Again, we're sort of trying to browse and peruse where the traffic is at right now. Looks like it might be a little bit further down here. There is Manuel Cruz trying to catch up to Sebastian Peterson. And Peterson's not far ahead of this. Well, Cruz trying to close in on Peterson. This is 12th and 13th overall in GT3, but second and third in AM. Like Peterson's going to pretty well stay ahead here, second place in AM for Peterson and for Future Racing Team at the moment as things currently run. We have another penalty, once again on the number 71, the Project Dynamic Green Team. Everyone beginning to settle into this groove that they're in right now. Thomas leading the way here in the GTP category. It's Castellani and 07 Racing leading GT3 Pro and GT3 AM being led by Lemmy Mishk. Mishk has fallen down the order a little bit. Not nearly where he was before. Almost a full lap behind Vladislav Shopov here. Mishk leading GT3 AM at the moment, comfortably so. Looking to seal the deal with a race to spare. Entering this race, he had a pretty outstanding points lead over Asia Motorsport White. Asia Motorsport White right now sitting in the 6th position. Will run out of time there, run out of space to make things happen. Mishka's done a fantastic job in this race, trying to become champion in GT3AM. Norbert Thomas leads the way, though, overall. 17 seconds to gap, slowly pulling that gap closer and closer to victory. Norbert Thomas. Center of your screen right now, and it is so close to victory for the Magic 55 crew. Again, the objective is just to make it easier to go into Spa with an advantage. Three cars in the lead, on the lead lap in GTP. And I think Sergio Bora, has sort of been relegated to this idea that he's just not going to get up to the 55 in time. Bora in second place here at the moment. It is a very distant part. We're trying to get through here. Second place here, pretty well locked up at the moment. 34 seconds to Anthony Ning. And the gap fluctuates between 16 and 18 seconds at the front of the field, but it's not really gotten much lower than that. Much to the chagrin of Bora. Alberto Garcia Blasco in fourth place, the first car off the lead lap, the only car one lap down. Garcia Blasco has a full lap advantage over Sean Copte with Go Racing Esport. Conte sitting in the fifth position. Guanyo Guerra sitting in sixth, and Zachary Livingood in seventh place. For Lithium Motorsports, Nick Baggerman in eighth. Phyllis Greshel sitting in 9th place still. And in 10th place is Albert Closa Marquez. Lorenzo Castellani almost half a lap in advantage over Iago Martins and Euramaster Esports. That'll change the championship order a little bit here. Iago Martins, 2nd place, and again, it's not really that close in the GT3 categories at the moment. Alberto Moreno in 3rd, Vladislav Shopov in 4th. This is actually a decent battle that's closing up a little bit. Alberto Moreno and Vladislav Shopov sitting about 7 seconds apart, but Shopov beginning to put in some really good times, trying to get back to the podium places here. Lemmy Mishkin 5th overall. But leading handily in GT3 AM still. 2 laps the advantage here so far as the leaders have started lap 200 overall in this race. Vladislav Shopov in the center of your screen, trying to close in that gap for at least 3rd place in this race. A podium would at least soften the blow in the points. The gap is 7.2 seconds. Norbert Thomas, likewise, the gap beginning to come down a little bit more, 16.8 between Thomas and Bora, with a little under 70 minutes remaining in this race. Thomas trying to make his way through some more of the GT3 traffic. There's the 4th place car, Vladislav Shopov, that 278 machine, that BMW, that Thomas will put in the rearview mirror. Entering the 2nd chicane, or entering the 2nd hairpin, excuse me. Really good stuff so far for Thomas, but there's still so much racing left to do. Again, for those interested, the next and final race in the Platinum Endurance Championship season is the 12 Hours of Spa on December 9th. 3 weeks away. We look forward to having you back for that as well as all the broadcasts in between. We'll be broadcasting Sundays, Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and hopefully working out things for Wednesday and Friday as well. Thomas holding on to the position here. The gap's open up right now. It's back to 17 seconds. Bora's just not going to make much inroads here in this battle. Try as he might, he's been very honest about it. Trying to keep things as close as possible, but Thomas has had an answer for everything Bora's thrown at him. Thomas trying to make his way through some of the traffic here. And I think that this race has kind of been helped by the fact that there was not 49 cars like what we've seen so much this season. We've seen between 44 and 49 cars the first race of the season. We only saw 34 take the green flag tonight here in Magny-Cours. That was a significant change from what we've seen the first three races, and because we've had less cars, less incidents overall in that run-in. A lot of it's been GTP cars that have triggered incidents. But it has been a very different race from what we've seen the first three races of the season. And it does make a very interesting sort of intrigue into how the 12 Hours of Spa is going to go in December. One of the most popular road courses in Europe, hosting the longest race of the season to end off the year. Thomas, Bora, Ning, top 3 in GTP for Magic Arrow, Mass Devils, and Nix Esports. Likewise, 07 Racing has got a chokehold on GT3 Pro, and Virtual Insanity Racing has a chokehold on GT3 AM. That is where things stand at the moment. We're almost to the last hour of this race. We are going to stand aside for our last hydration break. And when we come back, we'll be on the other side of the 5-hour mark. So don't go anywhere. Non-stop coverage of the 6 hours of Magny-Cours here on ABN Esports 1. We'll continue here. We are back for the final hour here in Magny-Cours. Norma Thomas leads the way. He's got a 21-second advantage right now. That gap is opened up between him and Sergio Bora from Mass Devils. Lap traffic has been the biggest equalizer in this race, and it has so far landed in the favor of Norma Thomas and Magic Arrow. With about 55 minutes remaining in this race. Not a lot you can say is for certain, except for a couple things like right now with the GT3 class, 07 Racing has a 1 minute 5 second gap, and Virtual State Racing has a 2 lap gap. As Thomas makes his final pit stop, Sergio Bora, and he comes. Interestingly, Bora came in as well. So no overcut this time. Very interesting there. And that's because Alvaro Garcia is coming in. Alvaro Garcia is in. Interesting. Trozy beginning to roll off pit lane. It'll still be a few seconds for Garcia. So Trozy leaves pit lane now. Trozy in second place. Felix Greshel putting in the fast lap of the race, a 1:23.9. Not a bad effort so far. Greshel sitting 9th at the moment. Greshel sitting 9th place at the moment. Again, Anthony Ning currently leads the race. And he stays out another lap here. Very interesting. drive-through penalty for the 322, the AGR Motorsport White. So, 6th place car in GT3 AM gets a drive-through penalty for his troubles. That is otherwise the only serious transgression we've seen in the last several minutes. And Anthony Ning holds on to the position at the moment. For everyone still tuning in, we appreciate you jumping in for us here on ABN Esports 1. It's the final hour of the 6 hours of Magny-Cours. Now we're watching Anthony Ning take his pit stop here. Tarosi now once again back in the race lead. Alvaro Garcia lost a lot of time on that pit stop. Garcia, 35 seconds adrift at the moment. Garcia in second place here. Tarosi back behind the wheel to finish this race off. Garcia sitting firmly in second place. Anthony Ning sitting in third. Alberto Garcia Blasco in fourth. With about 45 minutes to go. Everything seems pretty well situated. The biggest change here is Rafael Carballedo for Sim Racing Concept coming down pit lane and dropping down to 10th place. Guilherme Costa-Reis for Easy on Motorsport will move up to 9th place. Miguel Santos likewise leaving pit lane now, but on a different lap, sitting 6th at the moment for Enos Esports. Miguel Santos sitting right now in the 6th position in GT3 Pro. A lot of the positions being swapped now are pit stops, such as that of Thiago Martins, who comes out, and that is the 12th place GT3. That is the AM class car who spins a 369. That is Mix Bonito spinning out. That is on the exit of pit lane. And that insult to injury, that could get worse. The Benito serving a drive-through for that issue on pit entry. We followed him along with that. It was not a fun time there. Fran Vinal has gotten ahead of Sebastian Peterson, likewise in this huge cluster of mostly GT3 cars. Crew Motorsport had an issue early on in this race, and they've never fully recovered from it. It's taken them a while to get back to this point. But now they're back ahead of Sebastian Peterson, which is the AM class car behind them. And in comes Fran Vinal, so as quickly as it happens, it's over. Peterson back out in front. So Peterson second place in the GT3 AM category, 2 laps behind the race leader in GT3 AM of Lemmy Mishk. Andres Kuzma in 5th place in GT3 Pro. Andres Kuzma. Letting go one of the GTP class cars. 2.8 seconds is the gap all the way down to Miguel Santos in the 6th position in GT3 Pro. Miguel Santos in 6th place, just trying to chase down Kuzma at the moment. They've been steady at a 2.8 second gap here. Santos in 6th place, again trying to close that gap in. This is a close battle up there. Really the closest battle we have going on at the moment. Obviously it's saying that Balazs Rosie's in 3rd place. That is not the case. He's leading by a healthy margin right now over Alvaro Garcia. Balazs Rosie leading by a healthy margin. In fact, if we kind of pivot down here real quick, Alvaro Garcia, 42.3 seconds adrift. That is pretty much, I think, that is nails in the coffin for this one as far as the battle for the race lead goes. Anthony Ning trying to close in, though, for the battle for 2nd place. 12 seconds adrift at the moment. So that is a potential battle in the making at the moment as things stand, as is this battle for the top 5 in GT3 Pro between Miguel Santos and Andres Kuzma. A little bit of hip check there. That is by the Asia Motorsports BMW. So that slowed down Miguel Santos. Andres Kuzma, really slow motion racing in the top 5 at the moment. They're trying to make do for everything right now as things currently stand. There's Miguel Santos with a GTP going through. And for Miguel Santos, time is beginning to run out. It's a little bit harder to make up time in GT3 than it is in GTP. A little bit harder. Miguel Santos sitting 6th at the moment, closing in a little bit more on Andres Kuzma. Gap is now 2.2 in this battle. We'll pull up the interval so you can see where everyone's at the moment. A couple of really interesting fights here in the last hour of racing, last 35 minutes of racing, really. Keep an eye on that battle in the GTP class between 2nd and 3rd. That gap continues to come down. Likewise, the battle between 2nd and 3rd, between 2nd and 3rd in GTP and GT3 Pro, as well as the battle for 5th place in GT3 Pro. Andres Kuzma. Keeping an eye on him. That gap between him and Miguel Santos continues to come down a little bit more and more as this race progresses on. Kuzma in the 5th position. Right behind is Miguel Santos. Here's the onboard of Miguel Santos. On board the Ferrari. Really close battle, looks like, between the 264 and the 211. This will be your Masters in Carbono Esports, and that is a battle. This is for 2nd place in GT3 Pro. Iago Martins trying to stay ahead of Gerard Sardini Jr. with time ticking away. The battle rages on here at Magny-Cours. Iago Martins trying to work on Getting that position back. Gerard Sardini's gotten through for second place. Looks like Gerard Sardini's going to try to walk away with this one here. Likewise, Miguel Santos has finally got around Andres Kuzma. Kuzma down in 6th place now. Miguel Santos is taking the position away in the top 5. So two important passes happening there for 2nd and for 5th in GT3 Pro. Likewise, the battle between 2nd and 3rd in GTP is closed down to 7 seconds. Miguel Santos in 5th place, still trying to stay ahead of Andres Kuzma. This battle's still not going anywhere. Kuzma trying to stay level here. It's a pair of Ferraris going at it here. So this will be a tight fight. Kuzma now a second behind and beginning to lose more and more time. Next battle here would really be between Tonio Ordieres and Luis Felipe Pinheiro. Tonio Ordieres trying to catch up and get around Luis Felipe Pinheiro for SR Technic. Luis Felipe Pinheiro Again, just trying to hold on mostly for pride. Tony Orderiere is not really in the same class here. This is Pro versus Am, what we're watching right now, and Tony Orderiere for Carmen Motorsport will make his way through. Likewise, we've had an issue here. The gap between Garcia and Anthony Ning has closed significantly. Gap is now less than 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds, as Terozzi just sets the fast lap of the race at 1:23.819. So Garcia has slipped up somewhere along the way, and it is now thrown second place up for a dispute. Likewise, Vladislav Shopov not far away from Eurosport Masters. Shopov trying to close in on Iago Martins. What a way he's fallen here. Trying to hold on here for the next 22 minutes. That is easier said than done, but Shopov would like to get back to the podium. That's what he's trying to do now. Likewise, Anthony Ning would love to turn a third into a second, and he's got the range to do so. He's 1.3 away from Alvaro Garcia. Balazs Terozzi leads the way by a solid 54.9 seconds, almost 59 seconds, 55 seconds flat. Anthony Ning is trying to chase down a second place finish. Anthony Ning is kind of stabilized out here at 1.7 seconds as Alvaro Garcia tries to respond. Likewise, Vladislav Shopov within a fingertips grasp of the podium. Here he comes. Still can't get it. Shopov trying to find some space to make things happen. Looking, we'll try to over-under. We'll get the over-under on Hiago Martins into third place. Goes negative delta by Bueller's back to the podium with a phenomenal over-under move. So Shopov gets to third place. Meanwhile, Sergio Sanchez Cachaferro comes down pit lane, having to make one more stop. The final 20 minutes here in Magny-Cours. Alvaro Garcia trying to defend from Anthony Ning, an inverse of their position almost 3 hours ago. Can Anthony Ning close in and make advantage of that situation and get back to second place? Less than 18 minutes remaining. Dan Berg also coming down pit lane. 8th place car in GTP. Had to make an extra stop. Anthony Ning in position to make something heroic happen. Can he do it? That is, I think, the million-dollar question at this point in the contest. He's going to look for it. Looking for it. He gets to the inside. He gets the position, but the return by Alvaro Garcia will not be enough. Alvaro Garcia down in third place now, looking for a way around. Clobbers the curbing and goes around. Out of desperation, was trying to find too much space and has given up the ghost. Now having to settle for third place almost indefinitely. Anthony Ning put the pressure on and made it work. A phenomenal job. What a performance by Nix Esports there. Flying right in the face of one of the championship contenders. Miguel Santos, some drivers, some fans saying that there's a battle going on here. Miguel Santos still holding on to the 5th position. We followed that battle as the pass was made, and it's not changed hands since. Andres Kuzma has been in pursuit for the last 15 minutes, trying to get back to that position, but hasn't been able to make any inroads in that progress. And it looks like it's not going to really get much better here. 1.4 is the gap as it stands at the moment, now being navigated by GTP traffic. And that will slow up to 229 even more. Gap is now opened up to 1.7 temporarily. But again, everyone trying to dart their way through. Lap traffic in the way of Kuzma. And that will once again kind of change things up a little bit. Miguel Santos did not have a great time navigating some of that and ends up having to give up the inside lane for turn 3. So that may give Kuzma a chance, but Kuzma's going to need a lot more of that to be able to hold inroads. Santos has been quicker, traffic not related, the last 20 minutes. Kuzma sitting a little under a second, trying to push hard to get back to the 274 of Santos in the Enosis Esports machine. Second. Kuzma trying to close in. Hasn't really made any much more inroads here. Sitting steady at 0.8. Trying to find a way through here. Kuzma just shadowing Santos now. Santos has got it open because Kuzma had to get out of it. That was one of the GTPs going through on the inside lane. And that throws Kuzma once again outside the 1 second range to make this happen. And there's more GTPs that are not going to be helping Kuzma at all. Through the chicane. Into the second hairpin here for Kuzma. There's a little bit of help there because Santos in Enosis Esports got forced out wide. Kuzma, once again, trying to find some inroads here. He's lost a lot of time here. 1.6 seconds. The gap again is the battle. It kind of goes back to what we were talking about before. When the traffic's no longer a factor, when they're not having to give way to GTP cars, Santos has just been quicker. And that's sort of emphasized here. Miguel Santos for Enosis Esports has just been doing better. Oh, it looks like a drive-through for Lemmy Mishk. Leader in GT3. Lemmy Mishk with a drive-through penalty. That, in the giant scheme of things, doesn't change next to anything for Mishk. Still a two-lap advantage. Miguel Santos. Miguel Santos opened up a 2.4 second gap to Andres Kuzma. Everyone trying to settle in here. Sardani for Carbono Esports could be in trouble though, because Vladislav Shopov is charging through in the last 9 minutes of this race. So Sardani's got to try to hold on here. Vladislav Shopov trying to close that gap in. Easier said than done. But that's what he's trying to do right now. The race is far from over. And again, Miguel Santos could be in trouble here because that gap continues to fluctuate here. Miguel Santos has not been able to find consistency to kind of keep pulling away from Kuzma now in the final stages here. I think fatigue is beginning to set in just a little bit more here at the end of this race. Miguel Santos has driven a lot of laps here. Shopov trying to get that gap down to less than 3 seconds in that battle for second place. So Santos trying to close in here on a top 5 finish, coming to 6 minutes to go. Santos. Holding an advantage right now, 2.5 seconds, 2.5 seconds. Looks like things are pretty well settling down here. Sardani's opened up a 4-second gap over Shopov. He's responded pretty nicely to the challenge that Shopov was trying to offer. So Miguel Santos looking set for a top 5 finish. We'll see how things play out here. Drive through for the 211. Oh dear. Oh, that is the 211. That is Gerard Sardani. Oh dear. A drive through for the 211. Curbano Esports JD. That is a massive change. And obviously they're going to try to protest that with only a few minutes left in this race. That is a disaster. Wow. Absolute disaster. They're trying to protest it, but they are running out of time. Sardani in second place in GT3 Pro has a penalty hanging over his head. That if this appeal fails, we'll have to serve it or forced to be dropped at the end of the lap, which would be off the podium. This is a potentially impending disaster for Gerard Sardani. Does he serve this penalty? He's going to stay out an extra lap. He's got to serve it, I think. They're going to try to make an appeal. If this appeal fails and he doesn't serve it in the race, he'll drop from second to fourth. If he serves it, he'll drop from second to third. So there is 100% a very clear difference here. Either be on the podium or potentially lose out altogether. This could be problematic, to say the least. And Shopov is closing in anyway. 3 seconds now the gap, with what we're assuming is about 2 laps left in play. Shopov in third. Thiago Martins for Euromaster Esports in fourth. As things stand in GT3 Pro, running through the second sector here, up towards the third sector now, I believe. Double check here. No, never mind. We're going through the second hairpin, I think. No, we are in the third sector. Yeah, we are in the third sector. This is the run down towards the final stanza. We've been at this for a while now. Des Sardani serve this drive-through on the final lap. Otherwise, this could be a dramatic change, and he will. He's going to have to serve the drive-through. So Sardani will drop from second to third. But will hold on to a podium finish. Balazs Tarozzi has seen the white flag come out in the final sector, coming towards the pit complex for the final time. It's going to make Spa a very easy turn of events for Balazs Tarozzi and the Magic Arrow 55 crew. Through the final corner for the last time. It's a race win for Magic Arrow and an extension of their championship lead. Well done by the 55 crew. Absolutely well done. Anthony Ning, a little bit more work to do. But what a phenomenal job getting a 33 on not only on the podium, but second place. Smack dab in the middle of it all. Podium for Nix Esports in GTP with a personal best to boot. Lorenzo Castellani following Lemmy Mishk. We'll see all three class leaders take the checkered flag here. Lemmy Mishk coming through the final sector now. Into the pit complex area. 3 corners to go. Lemmy Mishk makes it another win in GT3 AM. A dominant performance there. While 07 Racing extends their championship advantage going into Spa from 10 points to 16 points. I believe with the win there for Lemmy Mishk, I believe this all but guarantees Virtual Insanity Racing are GT3 AM champions in Season 4. We'll have to wait for official confirmation on that, but I believe with Asia Motorsports finishing 6th and Lemmy Mishk and Virtual Insanity Racing winning here, that is the championship wrapped up for GT3 AM in Season 4. Lemmy Mishk and Virtual Insanity Racing, I believe, unofficially champions of GT3 AM. And what a way to do it. A phenomenal job. What a drive. Lemmy Mishk, champion in GT3 AM. The last Tarosi will bring us some donuts here on the home straight in that 55 Cadillac. As on the main straightaway. Some donuts to celebrate another race win in a very comfortable advantage going into the final round. The 12 hours of Spa. Later on in, I think, 3 weeks' time. That is absolutely outstanding. December 9th, the 12 hours of Spa, is what comes up next. A phenomenal job by all of our class leaders here tonight. An absolutely phenomenal job. Obviously, some drivers are going to be looking to have some. They'll be looking to have some conversations about the penalties at the end. The 211 crew, I think, in particular, are going to be there for that. But I believe that is the confirmation that Virtual Insanity Racing are champions. Virtual Insanity Racing are champions in GT3 AM. We'll talk to the champions here in just a moment. A phenomenal job by Lemmy Mishk and Nick Kirstens and company to make things happen here tonight. Again, for everyone that is tuning in, that spent your time with us here tonight, we appreciate it. Don't go anywhere because we got interviews of a class champion coming up next. It is the Virtual Insanity Racing team champions in GT3M in 2023. Lemmy, Nick, this is Carmen in the ABN booth. They cannot hear me because I have to set up my Discord settings once again. Love it. Here's a second here to get all this situated. They should be able to hear us now. Nick, Lemmy, this is Carmen from the ABN booth. Champions of GT3M, I believe. I'm going to say unofficially just to make sure, because I know there's a lot of math that goes into it. But you enter with a massive advantage, and you extended that over everyone around you tonight. So we're going to say it anyways. Congratulations on it. Congratulations on the race win here in Magny-Cours. A phenomenal season so far, assuming that everything does come up and confirm you as champions of GT3M. We'll start with Lemmy, driver of the night in GT3M, a 2-lap advantage there. Walk us through it on your end. This was a very difficult track. A lot of penalties, a lot of issues overall throughout the race. Walk us through it on your end, how difficult and different this track was tonight.
Vous l'avez évidemment remarqué, mais le nombre des virages donnés à ce circuit de Magny-Cours fait souvent référence à d'autres tracés de renom. Oui, comme Estoril, comme Adélaïde, au bout de la grande ligne droite, on a aussi le Nürburgring ou encore Imola.
Unbelievable.
Obviously a phenomenal job there. Just walking through everything going on here. You look at how this season has gone for you. Did you expect when this season started that you'd be able to take the championship in such a dominant fashion? It's a 5-round season. To have it wrapped up with one race to spare, and with that 12-hour race at Spa, did you think going into the season that was what was possible?
I mean, even before the championship started, we looked strong in the practice sessions and at Watkins Glen, and I thought, yes, that could be it this season to start a rapid, and we done it with a win in Watkins Glen and P2 in Interlagos, then a second win in Hockenheim, and now the third win of the season in Magny-Cours. But I think after the first race, we know we can do it, but I didn't know if we claim it today, but we did it. So we can go with nothing hope into Spa and just drive the 12 hours and nothing more to say.
A phenomenal job there for you. Obviously, a phenomenal job all season long. And Nick, obviously for you, you jumped in. You initially started this program just kind of as a fill-in driver, and it became something a little bit more for you going into this, helping fill in and take over for drivers that were supposed to be at Watkins and ended up not being there, being a part of this effort, and now being a part of a championship-winning squad. What is this like for you? Because you opened the car again tonight to be a part of this effort.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. It's just didn't expect to be a part of this team, a part of a championship winning team. When I first jumped in, I knew Lemmy was quick because of the practice sessions. I just didn't know that this would continue to be for all the other races. So yeah, it's just amazing.
Obviously,
couldn't have had it better.
Absolutely. It looks like it was phenomenal all season long. Like, despite, the sudden, the change in how the season started, you both made the most of it here. For Nick, what is it like for you? Obviously, let me say that, there's not a lot of pressure now. Just go and enjoy Spa. What is it like for you now being in that position as well? You've got a championship now, and what does that do for you going into Spa? Does that help as far as confidence boosting anything? I guess confidence, is another thing for Lemmy. I guess we'll ask that question as well. how much of a confidence boost is it having this championship wrapped up with a race to go, knowing that, you know, this is a phenomenal effort, and you've all finished top 5 overall in GT3. Just phenomenal effort overall, Nick.
Yeah, no, I think going into Spa, it's more like a smooth arriving kind of thing, because it relieves some of the pressure of like, yeah, we gotta win it now, we gotta do it in this race. So that point difference definitely helps going into the next race. Also, it being a 12-hour race, I think that calmness will help us do those laps better consistently and stuff.
And Lemmy, obviously, what is this like for you, for your confidence going into this, especially knowing that, you know, next season's going to look pretty different? What is it like for you knowing you've got a championship and have it to be so successful so far? You've always been an eye catcher in this series, finishing top 5 overall amongst the GT3 cars and as a total. What is that like as a confidence boost for you?
Was there a question for me?
Yes, it was. Yeah, it was asking about how much the confidence boost tonight was, especially being top 5
yeah.
in GT3.
It's a very confident boost. I mean, like, starting the season in GT3 AM with my first year in iRacing, and I thought, yeah, it could be it, like just driving a bit and learning how it's going to be. And yeah, I think it's very good or very nice for myself and my confidence that we finished overall P5. I mean, Hockenheim was very good as well. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it and build up from that one.
Well, both of you did a phenomenal job here. Again, unofficially, waiting for all the final points to kind of roll in. But safe to say, GT3 AM champions for Season 4. We'll start with Lemmy, and we'll go through both of you. If either of you have anyone you want to shout out and say thank you to, the floor is yours again. Lemmy, we'll start off with you. Phenomenal drive tonight, getting this car to top 5 in GT3.
Yes, shout out to Spacey. Happy birthday, my brother. Have a nice day, evening, and enjoy the championship.
And Nick, anyone you want to add to that as far as saying things and shouting out anybody?
No, I want to make a shout out to the team because of the team effort we've put in.
Absolutely, both of you.
Been amazing.
Absolutely, it's been amazing following it. Obviously, a huge team effort there for Virtual Insanity Racing. The GT3 AM champions for Season 4 with a race to go. Excited to see what comes next for that 359 crew, but both of you enjoy it, enjoy the championship, and I can't wait to possibly talk to you again at Spa, hopefully with another race win in hand. Enjoy it.
Thank you.
That was it for our GT3 AM champions here tonight. We've got one more set of interviews to do here, and this is one we haven't talked to either of them yet in this competition. We'll talk to the winners of the race in GTP, the 55 crew for Magic Arrow, Balazs DeRosie and Norbert Thomas. So give us a second to get all of that set up.
Le circuit de Magny-Cours, qui avait notamment été remis à jour pour accueillir le Grand Prix de France en 1991, et depuis lors, Laurent, le tracé a certainement été modifié dans sa dernière partie. Oui, avec le complexe du lycée, et cette chicane qui est quand même très spectaculaire. On voit des voitures qui quand même arrivent à sauter sur les...
Talk to both of them real quick here. We'll grab both of them in here. Congratulations, both of you, on a phenomenal drive and a phenomenal win in GTP. Magic Arrow with a firm grasp on the lead in the GTP Championship. Both of you walk us through it. Well, I guess we'll start with Balazs here in just how this race turned out. A phenomenal effort here through and through throughout the 6 hours here in Magny-Cours.
Yeah, it was kind of it was stressful at times and really tough physically. I mean, we just and mentally had to focus every lap. There was GTs, but I think we did a really good job of staying out of trouble more or less and trying to focus on ourselves.
Obviously, a lot of it was hinging on teamwork and balancing out everything around you between the 7 car, the 33 car. Norbert, you qualified the car, got it on pole position, and then took over the reins there in the middle stanza. For you, how important was it to maintain that pace throughout? Because it seemed like consistency was your biggest weapon tonight.
Yeah, I think the start of the race was good. We pulled away from the guy a bit. After that, Sergio just managed to get through. He took P1. We had the traffic, and somehow we get overtake on him. And after that, he was saving fuel. If I remember well, really much. They were saving fuel. I was not pushing on 100%. It's an endurance race. It's a 6-hour race. It's long. It was really good in overall.
Obviously, for both of you, it's a phenomenal effort, and it kind of just doubles down on the effort that the team's put in all season long to be in the position it's at right now. You entered this race with a 15-point gap. You've extended that gap to almost 20 points, if not more. I think, actually, it might end up being closer to 23 points now. With a race to go at Spa, heavy favorites to now be champions now with that one race to go. What does the 12 Hours of Spa next month mean to both of you in terms of not only just the challenge of that race being the longest of the season, but that ability to sort of finish off and close a championship, knowing that there could be a giant swing either way? Luck is a very big factor, and luck so far has been on the 55 crew side all season long. But how much pressure does that put on everyone going into the race in Spa next month?
Yeah, I think not so. I think the fact that Mass Devils Red finished P3 in this one, it helps take some of that pressure off because anything can happen. But I think endurances, like longer races, have been our strongest. Have been our strong suit this season. In Hockenheim we did pretty well, and in Watkins as well, I think. So the longer races, I think, favor us because we are consistent and stay out of trouble. So Spa is really just about finishing it off and taking the championship.
Well, you all have done a fantastic job so far this season walking through this, kind of walking through the first couple races this season. Obviously, you did pretty well. P3 at Watkins Glen was a really good start there. P4 at Interlagos, obviously race winner last time out. 2 in a row now here with the 6 Hours of Magny-Cours. Building that momentum and that consistency again was a really big cool tool here tonight. Before I let you go, though, let you celebrate the race win and get ready for what will be a very challenging race here in 3 weeks' time. We'll start with Balaz, and we'll work our way through here. If there's anyone who want to shout out and say thank you to, the floor is yours. Congratulations on a phenomenal result here tonight. Race winners for the second time this season.
Yeah, I think shout out to all of our teammates. We had a sister car as well. I think they did a decent race, but they were hindered by some bad luck. So shout out to them for pushing through and finishing, and they will be strong, I'm sure, next time out and perhaps next season.
And Norbert, how about you? Anyone you want to add to that shout out list? Congratulations on the race win.
Thank you. Yeah, all the time we try our best, practice a lot for every track, every race, and yeah, it was a really bad luck for our sister car, but yeah, we see at Spa what happens.
Absolutely. Still a top 10 finish for both cars. That 56 car finished in 10th place, so both cars in the top 10. And again, it's another victory lane trip for the 55 crew. Both of you enjoy the race win, enjoy the championship lead, and let's see that 55 car finish it off here in 3 weeks' time at Spa.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. See you out there.
That was the race winners here in GTP. Magic Arrow and the 55 crew, Balaz Tarosi and Norbert Thomas. Absolutely blistering pace from that team, and it was consistent front-running pace all night long across the board. We'll show the full results here in Magny-Cours. And we'll start off, that is the AM class that we see there, Virtual Sanity Racing, with future racing team SR Technic pick up the pace, Carbono Esports and AZR Motorsports White is how this race ended up turning out. Again, Virtual Sanity Racing, champions of GT3 AM, with another race win here in Magny-Cours, with 1 race to go. Phenomenal effort for them. Working our way up the grid here to GT3 Pro. We'll start our way through here. It's 0-7 Racing winning the race, extending their championship advantage, but it's far from over. Native Delta by Buellers did a fantastic job of getting to that point. They did a really good job of minimizing the damage. Carbono Esports JD finishing in third. Euromasters Esports in P4. Then Enosis Esports rounding out the top 5. I got to see that battle take place. Go Esports finishing in P6. Then SR Technic, Really Slow Motion Racing, Azio Motorsport, and Sim Racing Concept rounding out the top 5. And really kind of finishing off this list of 16 GT3 cars, really 15 GT3 cars. You see Karuma Motorsport, the last finisher in GT3. Then you have Overtake Team 4, which fell out of the race. Grow Racing Team Red, Chicane Online Racing Team Blue, and Merxo Racing Team all fall out early on in this race. And then we look at GTP. Magic Arrow 55 extend the championship lead to 23 points over Mass Devils Ready, finished third tonight. Nix Esports in between the two on the podium here this evening. A fantastic job for them. XPD Morale Racing, a quiet race, an effective race on the lead lap at the end of it, finishing in fourth ahead of Carbono Esports Black, the only non-Cadillac GTP to take the checkered flag. The Acura number 11 finishing in fifth. Go Esports in sixth, scoring some decent points. Lithium Motorsports, not a great race for them, but they'll take a 7th place finish and head on to Spa in 3 weeks' time. Future Racing Team Pro, also likewise, not a race that they'd like to remember. Project Dynamic Grain will score points, but not the points they were wanting to score. Magic Arrow 56 finishing as well, 13 laps away, but scoring points, importantly, in this race. Looking down the last 3 cars in this field, Ryder Engineering, IPM Gold, and Mass Devils Blue do not score points as they did not finish in complete 95% race distance. And for Ryder Engineering, a massive blow, as it is once again another race that they score 0 points. That is going to do it for us for part 1 of our doubleheader here on ABN Esports 1. Later on tonight, we will be live once again, 9:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 6:45 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, for the ARC Saturday Night Showdown series from Five Flags Speedway. For everyone that spent your morning, afternoon, or evening with us here around the world on ABN Esports 1, we appreciate you. Thank you all so much. We had to celebrate our 3-year anniversary on Thursday. Here's to many more. On behalf of everyone here for the Platinum Endurance Championship and everyone here, all of our partners here at ABN Studios, I'm Carmen Sienna. Until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, have some fun out here on this amazing weekend for racing. We'll see you later tonight at Five Flags. So long, everybody.